Good evening. I would like to call to order this Anoka-Hennepin School Board meeting for today, May 19th, 2025. Please join the board in pledging our allegiance. Board, our first order of business is to approve the board agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented? So moved. With a motion from Director Langenfeld, do we have a second? Thank you. With a second from Director Audette, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the board agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, the agenda is approved. Our first recognition tonight is Champlin Park High School International Baccalaureate and Advanced Placement Honors Student recognitions. We welcome Dr. Annette Ziegler, Assistant Superintendent for High Schools, Ashley Brown, and Georgia Larson, the IB and AP Honors Coordinators from Champlin Park High School. Welcome.
All right. Good evening, co-chairs Shane and Arco, members of the school board, and Superintendent McIntyre. I'm here tonight to share celebrations from our high schools and recognize staff and students for their excellence and achievements. We are going to start with Champlin Park High School, and I have Ashley Larson and Georgia right next to me. Ashley Brown, sorry, Georgia Larson.
That's
I knew
okay.
I was going to mess that up.
It's all good. Hello, everyone. Hi, Chairperson Shane and Arco, board members, and Superintendent McIntyre. My name is Ashley Brown, and this is my colleague, Georgia Larson. Together, we coordinate the IB programs at Champlin Park High School, and I coordinate our AP program as well. I'm proud to celebrate this year's group of AP scholars, International Baccalaureate career-related program candidates, and International Baccalaureate diploma candidates. In the AP program this year, we have 356 students taking 441 exams. Within the IB program, 280 students will earn IB exam scores on 469 exams. We've also registered an astounding 83 incoming juniors for next year in our IB career and diploma programs. Additionally, we have 31 students achieving the status of IB certificate scholar. And to accomplish that recognition, students test in 3 or more IB subjects, as well as take a course called Theory of Knowledge. We are incredibly proud of the accomplishments of these students, and we affirm how these programs continue to provide valuable opportunities for them to grow in their knowledge and critical thinking as they become leaders within our communities. The first group of students I will recognize tonight are this year's group of 17 AP scholars who have earned a 3 or higher on 3 or more AP exams. 9 AP scholars with honors who have earned an average score of 3.25 on all AP exams taken and have scored 3 or higher on at least 4 exams, and 3 AP scholars with distinction who have received an average of at least 3.5 on all AP exams and scored a 3 or higher on 5 or more exams. So our AP scholars are Nora Allen, Maya Ark, Logan Bahiba, Elias Campbell, Peter Cohen, Olu Abohan, Ezekiel Herr, Devin Kamvongsong, Merrick Kraus, Zakia Malamdahir, Will Mayer, Destiny Musi Yasia, Elijah Moore, William Olson, Rebecca Ritchie, Brady Shorston, and Teresa Ng. Our AP scholars with honors are Samuel Feuerborn, Leilani Hansen, Cecilia Kelly, Logan Martinez, Jake Paulman, Kamar Sati, Rachel J. Talatala, Samuel Wilhelmi, and Nash Woodward. And our AP scholars with distinction are George Leo, Jedrick Lundy, and Elizabeth Mayer. Congratulations to all our AP scholars. Next, I will recognize our 13 seniors who have completed the requirements for the status of IB diploma candidates. These students completed the requirements for 6 IB subjects in the 11th and 12th grade year. Additionally, they took 2 years of theory of knowledge, wrote a 4,000-word extended research essay on a topic of their choosing, which I will also read the titles of tonight, and completed 18 months of experiences beyond the classroom in the areas of creativity, activity, and service. Students were asked to give some key aspects of learning in their program, and many said they learned time management skills, how their actions, even the small ones, can have a big impact on others, how to push through difficult times, and how to adjust their success when success doesn't come immediately. Congratulations to our IB diploma candidates. I will now read their names and their titles of their extended essays. Maya Ark. How do the different environmental and hereditary causes of hyperthyroidism affect its impact and severity? Hunter Capers, an exploration of individual versus societal determination through literature. Katie Diana Fortino, to what extent did Carlton's war on drugs cause a solution? Chloe Cuzzy, to what extent is psychedelic therapy an effective treatment for alcohol use disorder? Cecilia Kelly, how does having alcohol-dependent parents affect an individual's motivation to drink alcohol? Merrick Krause, death, desire, and grief in Asteroid City. How does Wes Anderson explore themes of desire, death, and grief through the characters of Asteroid City? Zakia Malam Dahir, to what extent was the Congress of Vienna successful in achieving its goals and establishing peace in Europe? Elizabeth Mayer, humanization of antagonists in The Hobbit. Kamar Sati, to what extent was violence necessary by the Algerians in the Algerian Revolution of 1954 to 1962? Rhett Simonson, analysis of the ethicality of CRISPR-Cas9 on the Mice Against Ticks project. Briar Stouffer, Stonewall's catalyzation of the LGBTQ rights movement. To what extent did the events of the Stonewall riots serve as a catalyst for the LGBTQ rights movement, and what specific changes did they bring about in the behavior of the LGBTQ community in the United States from the late 20th to the earliest 21st century? Rachel J. Talatala, the impact of wildlife crossings as green building on the various species and humans. Alyssa Walker, to what extent does trauma contribute to the development of binge eating disorder? Congratulations to our IB diploma students.
And finally, I will recognize our 21 seniors who have completed the IB Career Certificate Program requirements. These candidates have studied at least 2 IB subjects during their 11th and 12th grade years. Additionally, they have taken a series of pathway-specific career-related coursework within a field of their interest. These include certified nursing assistant, culinary, cybersecurity, construction, education, pharmacy, sports medicine, veterinary studies, and aviation. They also took 2 years of a personal and professional skills course, completed a reflective project on a self-selected ethical dilemma within their career pathway, which I will read the title of tonight, and completed 18 months of additional work in a second language and participated in at least 50 hours of service learning opportunities where they applied the skills used in their selected pathways. When these students were asked about key learning they were taking away from the program, many highlighted their service learning hours, working at a local elementary schools, working in a hospice for children, saving thousands of dollars for our school in computer repair, and giving back to the community in many, many ways. These opportunities have pushed students out of their comfort zones and helped them realize what they are capable of, and helped them develop valuable communication, research, and collaboration skills, which have helped them become compassionate, lifelong learners. Congratulations to our IB Career Program Certificate, and they are as follows. Antonella Avila, and this is their reflective project. The title is, Should the procedure of canine devocalization be considered appropriate? Peter Belimo, should the government be involved in affordable housing? Abigail Burns, should students have the ability to use their school voucher at any type of school? Dana Gal, should patients in end-of-life care have the autonomy to choose physician-assisted euthanasia? Ezekiel Herr, Should the government regulate ethical hackers? Chia-Shi Kang. Should the world's default farming system change from conventional farming to organic farming? Najib Mohammed. Should HIPAA be revised to include consumer data from companies? Emily Nguyen. Should medical simulations replace hands-on training in nursing education? Kaylee O'Brien. Should artificial intelligence be used to make clinical decisions? Kelly Odiakosa. To what extent should there be restrictive limits on the availability of artificial intelligence resources utilized by teachers and students in the education space? Aubrey Onshiri. Should the U.S. government change organ donation laws to presumed consent instead of an opt-in system? Demiola Uade. Should the use of military drones in warfare be restricted on moral grounds? Cameron Plantenberg. Should there be limits on prescription drug prices to ensure affordability for all? Danica Perkat. Should athletes be required to see a sports psychologist before returning to play? Sammy Segba. Should hospitals have an obligation to lower the dosage of pain medications? Grace Sadie. Should team physicians be less involved with sports organizations? Alex Speltz. To what extent should athletes have control over their treatment plan with an end of goal of returning to sport? Pollyanny Vang. Should health professionals be required to respect patients' cultural religious belief in medical procedures? Sienna Shang. Should nursing students be compensated for their clinical hours? Paris Zea. Should the working conditions of hospitals be reconstructed? And Evelyn Zimfer. Should adolescent minors have full autonomy over their sexual health decisions, or should parental input be required? Congratulations to our career program candidates. And School Board, we'd like to thank you for the time to recognize these students tonight. This is an exciting time for Champlin Park, and we are very pleased with how AP and IB programs continue to grow and shape the Champlin Park community and provide students with the opportunity to excel academically and grow into citizens who will make our world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you.
After these photographs, parents can come up and take photos as well.
Congratulations again. All right, Board, our next recognition is Coon Rapids High School. Blake Bodenberg, Minnesota Secondary DECA Outstanding Advisor and DECA Program National Competition. We welcome back Dr. Annette Ziegler, Assistant Superintendent for High Schools, and Blake Bodenberg, Business Teacher and DECA Advisor and Minnesota Secondary DECA Outstanding DECA Advisor from Coon Rapids High School.
All right. Good evening, and thank you again for letting us recognize another one of our high schools. At my table here on my left is Mr. Blake Bodenberg, who has been a teacher at Coon Rapids High School for quite a few years and has a wonderful career and outstanding awards that we are going to actually recognize him for this evening first. Yes,
Can I stay here, or do you need me to stand?
we will see.
Okay.
So he has 2 awards this evening. He is the Minnesota Secondary DECA Outstanding DECA Advisor, and he is the 2025 Best Prep Educator of Excellence Award. So thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Bodenberg.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Board, thank you for having us again this year. Just so excited, my 27th year of teaching, and it just continually challenges, and these students continually amaze me with everything that they do and how they do that. We're recognizing our DECA group. DECA is a group of marketing, management, finance, hospitality, tourism-related students who are looking to go into future careers in those areas, as well as entrepreneurship. And so they are some of our best and our brightest here at Coon Rapids High School. I'll go through a number of the different things that they did. We are recognizing our seniors, our students, not our seniors, our students that went on to the international conference. We just got back from it about 3 weeks ago now, and at the international conference there were over 26,000 students at the international conference representing 25 different countries in business and marketing, and we did very, very well. I should say they did very, very well. I was not in on any of their presentations while they're doing them, but I did see them all before. So it is a great joy to be able to be here and to honor them. The first student I'd like to honor is a 9th grader, J.L. Roberts. J.L. did our community service project. She qualified for the Minnesota State Career Development Conference and was an international qualifier as a 9th grader, one of 2 9th graders that we had. The second 9th grader could not be here tonight, but that is Elise Yang. She did our ethical leadership campaign, Minnesota State Career Development Conference qualifier and international qualifier as well. Followed by 10th grader Julia Smith. She worked on our Gold Chapter campaigns, Minnesota State Career Development Conference qualifier and international qualifier as well. Connor Pierce, he was our DECA promotional campaign, Minnesota State Career Development Conference qualifier and international qualifier, also as a 10th grader. Moving forward, Liliana Ganya, she did our membership campaign. She is Minnesota Career Development Conference and international qualifier, second time as an international qualifier for her as well. She would also earn the Minnesota DECA Speakers Bureau Award, which was awarded to students who give 4 speeches to people outside of our high school, promoting the benefits of DECA. Callie Barker, who could not be here, she was the other side of the Gold Chapter campaign, Minnesota State Career Development Conference and international qualifier. Denise Roberts, she's a senior. Minnesota DECA Speakers Bureau Award that she earned at the state conference, as well as Adriana Folks, who qualified with the school-based enterprise food operations event. We were certified as our school-based enterprise, our school stores, in food operations. She was also an international qualifier, 2-year international qualifier for her. She also earned the Speakers Bureau Award at state. Justine Vu, she worked with Addie on their school-based enterprise food operations gold certification project, and everything that they did there, just fantastic. First-year DECA member as a senior. Peter Brugel, who did the school-based enterprise retail operations. We can get certified in 2 different levels, so the kids went for it and did it. Gold certification, international qualifier. Komora Freeman partnered with Peter in the school-based enterprise retail operations gold certification international qualifier. For that, she is a 2-year international qualifier for that. Komora also was our Minnesota DECA District 4 Vice President of Publicity, served in a leadership role at our district level. She also earned a Minnesota DECA Speakers Bureau Award, and she was recognized as a Minnesota DECA Outstanding DECA Member Award in her senior year. She is a 4-year DECA member. Kelsey Kohler, she was awarded the Minnesota DECA Outstanding DECA Member Award as well. She is a Minnesota DECA Speakers Bureau Award. She also was a Vice President of Business and Industry for the state for DECA, so she served as a state officer throughout the entire year representing District 4 at our state level. She also qualified for the international conference in multiple events. She had to choose one. She chose professional selling, where she was an international qualifier. She was an international finalist, and she placed top 5 in the world in her event. So did very well. One of our 4-year members. And then Maggie Kemwendo could not be here today. She had to be at work. And she also qualified for the state conference. She is a 10th grader, an international qualifier. As a 10th grader, she was also an international finalist and placed 9th in the world in her event, which was hotel and lodging management. It was quite the year for our DECA chapter. We also, as a chapter, placed top 6 in the world for donations to muscular dystrophy, the Muscular Dystrophy Association. We completed all of our November campaigns. We were one of 22 chapters in the entire nation that completed all 5 campaigns. So, a good year, again.
Congratulations.
Yes, we do. Let's do the group photo first, maybe.
Okay.
Sure.
Any parents want a photo?
Yeah, families, please feel free to come front and center and take a picture.
All right, great job.
Congratulations again, students. Well done.
Photo of you over here on the wall with representing.
All right, our next recognition is Blaine High School Business Professionals of America. We keep Dr. Annette Ziegler with us, and we add Holly Beaujolais, sorry, business teacher and BPA coordinator from Blaine High School. Welcome, and apologies for the name.
No worries. I'm gonna mess some of these up.
Well, first, before we start recognizing the students from Blaine High School, I first would like to recognize our teacher, Holly Beaujolais, for her award for the 2025 Best Prep Educator of Excellence Award. So thank you, Holly.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Superintendent McIntyre and school board members, thank you for the opportunity to recognize the incredible work our Business Professionals America students, of our students. We just returned from the BPA National Leadership Conference in Orlando, Florida, where students compete against the top members from across the world. I'd like to start by recognizing Senior Kareem Ibrahim, who has done an outstanding job this past year as the Minnesota BPA VP of Communications. We're so very proud of the way that he represented our chapter and our state. I'm excited to share that 2 juniors at Blaine and in the SEMS program, Erica Miller and Nalawi Gibbe, were elected to the 2025-26 state officer team this past March. Nalawi will serve as the VP of Communications, and Erica was elected as the new state BPA president. They both ran fantastic campaigns supported by their campaign managers, Sundara Shavang and Rima Krishnan. We're excited to see all the great things Erica and Nalawi will bring to BPA members across Minnesota this coming year. Although we have a few students behind us, we did have 56 students that competed at nationals and made us extremely proud. We brought home 5 international champions, 1 third-place finisher, and 12 students who earned top 10 recognition in their events. Beyond the competitions, our students gained so much attending leadership seminars, networking with peers and professionals, and earning industry certifications. Many were honored with the Ambassador Torch Awards for leadership and service, and our chapter received the Marketing Award, a Community Service Award, and Chapter Involvement Award. Our Ambassador Torch Award recipients, which recognizes professionalism leadership at the highest level, went to Marlena Roby, Izzy Fan, Teddy Asiam, Jordan Blair, Ali Khan, Bethel Teklu, Maggie Devani, Tenny Adugan, Omar Halawi, and Aji Anjoran. The user experience team of juniors Tristan Harris, Erica Miller, Natalie Berry, and sophomore Derek Oboya won first place and are now international champions with their design and presentation of a digital shopping platform for a new cafe. Sophomore Vladimir Dida left as an international champion in prepared speech, where he spoke about swimsuit technology and competitive swimming. Junior Ayush Naik took home third place in graphic design promotion, where he designed branding for a new energy drink. We also had finalists in a variety of events, meaning they placed top 10 in that event. Advanced interview skills was Sarah Hwin. Computer modeling, Sydney Green. Digital communication and design concepts, Shripad Patel and Ella Thompson. Economic research individual, Mark Elu. Economic research team, Jacob Elson, Nolan Olson, Andy Huang, and Shripad Patel. This team was also the top 20 for virtual financial portfolio investment team. Graphic design, Karma Funstock. Intermediate word processing, Eliana Zuri. Website design team, Karma again, Nalawi Gibe, Sundara Savang, and Garima Krishna. And then virtual interview and digital portfolio was Kareem Ibrahim. As I shared, we were successful at the state and international level, and I'd like to name those finalists that you will see on the list with their specific events on the minutes. For state finalists, we had Anan Abdi, Ali Aljamali, Sebastian Boutrak, Nayaje Douglas, Gabriela Dubois Quechua, Sarah Asaba, Fernando Fung Batista, Sienna Grant, Omar Halawi, Albert Holman, Leah Holman, Haley Kaufman, Abdul Basit Mohammed, Desmond Namdu, Anushka Sin, Isabel Wegner, Aurelia Woolhouse, and Ariel Yasherthau. National competitors who were not named earlier, Rusis Busel, Demur Brown, Lannon Chang, Jada Chen, Ben Darda, Natron Gibe, Leila Gion, Ishmael Kamara, Hiba Kemmer, Vivian Nguyen, Tolson Alasami, Omog Patel, Isabel Fan, Vi Fan, Fahima Rashid, Omar Rican Lopez, Umni Sakai, Nelson Sherman, Anita Simmons, Sudieta Singh, Fanetti Sultan, Justin Swar, Bona Torfesa, Emily Tran, Rosalind Trong, Chuper Vu, Barack Youssef, and Mary Zins. Anoka BPA also had an impressive year. While they couldn't be here tonight, we want to recognize senior Mia Kelkai, who competed in computer network technology at NLC, and she is supported by her advisor, Chris Hay. Champlain Park also had BPA students compete at state with their advisor, April Hutchell. Big thank you to Jane Chisholm-Macklin and Morgan Stevenson for managing all the conference payments and logistics, which is a big job right there. We're also grateful to the district and Jess Lipa for continued support BPA students, not only in competing, but in growing into future leaders across a variety of careers. The experiences students gain through BPA and our CTSO programs prepare them for success in college, careers, and life. Our students leave high schools with skills, confidence, and memories that will last a lifetime. Finally, I'd like to thank Superintendent McIntyre for recognizing me for the Best Prep Teacher of Excellence Award at last month's Metro North Chamber of Commerce Council meeting. It was unexpected and very meaningful, and I truly appreciate it for sharing that with those at the meeting. Thank you.
Congratulations, students and their advisor. Yeah, parents and families, please feel free to come take photos. Congratulations again. We're going to pause for just a minute to let the crowds change over. Be right back. All right, members. The next item on our agenda is item 5, the consent agenda. As normal, members can remove items for special consideration and discussion if that's their desire. Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented? Thank you, Director Langenfeld. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Simon. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Would all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, our consent agenda is approved. Our next agenda item is communications, delegations, and petitions. This is time for community members to provide input directly to the school board about issues that fall within the school board's authority. We plan this agenda item for about 15 minutes, and our policy allows for community members to speak for up to 5 minutes. But if there are several people who would like to speak, the co-chairs have the discretion to reduce the time of comment in order to hear from everybody and keep the meeting on schedule. And we have been flexible in times of large community input to allow the meeting to run late. Tonight, we have 9 cards. So to keep the meeting on time, I will ask individuals to keep their comments to 3 minutes. And I will ask Co-Chair Arco to monitor a timer. And if you're running over time, he will ask you to wrap up your comments quickly. And we do welcome your written testimony if you have more to say than the time allows. If anyone else would like to speak, you can please complete a yellow card now and provide it to Ms. Kofsky here so that we can provide a written follow-up to you. A couple of procedural reminders. Our meeting participation procedures are in place to assure that we have open and orderly comments, as well as to protect the due process and privacy rights of individuals under the law. If speakers use specific names or identifying information of students, staff, or board members, I will need to interrupt and stop the speaker. Please remember to direct your comments to the school board co-chairs, and members of the audience, if you could please listen respectfully. If the board cannot hear speakers, we may have to reset the timer to allow them to be heard. Audience members that disrupt this portion of the meeting may be asked to leave for the remainder. With that said, we'll go ahead and get started. Our first speaker is Greg Kimball. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the school board and superintendent and communications. I'm here tonight as a grandparent with 2 grandchildren in Blaine High School. Through programs like DOGS at Madison and mentoring for the SEMS senior projects, I've seen the dedication of our teachers and the potential of our students firsthand. I recently retired as a CEO of a successful international company. In my business career, I learned a great deal about what makes organizations thrive, including the critical importance of following core values, mission, and vision. We hired based on competence and cultural fit, not individual personal beliefs, because losing sight of our core values negatively impacted our success and our people. I've heard the social and emotional learning curriculum described as poisonous. In my experience as an employer, social skills and emotional intelligence are vital for employees to be hired and to succeed. If there are specific concerns about this program, I think they should be discussed constructively. Simply labeling it poisonous isn't productive. Another term I've heard used to question programs is diversity. My company's success over 100 years was built on diversity in our products, our markets, and our staff. Embracing diversity was a strength that brought different perspectives and drove innovation. In education, preparing our students for a diverse world means valuing diversity within our schools. Our teachers are highly trained professionals. They understand that students learn in different ways. When teachers are forced to teach in ways they believe are less effective, it hurts their ability to engage students and enhance learning. We need to support our teachers' expertise and allow them the flexibility they need to best serve our students and fulfill the district's mission, which is to effectively educate each of our students.
15
for success.
seconds.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen Seacorn. Welcome.
Thank you. I feel right at home because I have been a member of the Anoka-Hennepin family since we moved to this area in 1977. At that time, our son Jeff started 4th grade at Ramsey Elementary. It was about a year later when his sister Rachel started kindergarten at Ramsey Elementary, and then about another 3.5 years before Allison followed her older sister and brother. They went from Ramsey to Sandburg to Fred Moore to Anoka. In the meantime, I was subbing at all the schools, all the elementary schools in the district, all of the middle schools in the district, sometimes full years, sometimes just a maternity leave, and finally, I had my last 13 years at Coon Rapids Middle School. I taught social studies there for all of the years, and some reading block and some math. When I was a social studies teacher there, I had the privilege of being on the curriculum committee. We worked so hard to pick what was going to be the best curriculum for our students. And I learned so much from that because I had the opportunity to preview materials that came from all of the different people who really wanted the Anoka-Hennepin money. And we carefully selected and recommended what we thought would be best. I also want to speak for the social and emotional learning. I found that very valuable as a teacher, that the most important thing was building relationships. Not only my relationship
15 seconds.
between my students and myself, but the relationships amongst them. So I support the curriculum committees and urge you to support the social and emotional learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cedar Kilby. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Cedar, and I am a student in this district. I am a leader of my school's GSA, and I am in multiple different clubs, an active member of the community, and I am scared. Getting rid of DEI ideas and policy in schools will only hurt students. It will not help any students learn more, and it will not help students from being bullied or harassed, and it will certainly not help you. Picture this. You are a student in school, a student who wants to learn and likes some classes and not others. You are a student who goes to school every day, but you are not accepted at schools, not tolerated by your peers for what you are or what you represent. They make fun of you, call you derogatory terms, and harass you. This is the experience of a queer kid in schools from 2009 to 2011 because of the environment created by people in power. This is the exact same environment that could be created now by some of the decisions and ideas you can make as the people in power. From 2009 to 2011, multiple students of this district ended their lives because of the environment, and I can tell you right now, the same thing will happen again. By creating unsafe environments, by stopping talk of pronouns, gender constructs, and other simple, everyday topics, students won't feel safe to talk to staff about their problems, concerns, and issues. By getting rid of affinity groups, you deny students a place to be surrounded by people who look like them, in turn getting rid of safe spaces. By failing to uphold safety in curriculum and schools, children will be harmed. On top of that, there is frankly no purpose to getting rid of any sort of DEI policies other than pushing one-sided views. One-sided views that some of you may say have no purpose in schools. So why is it that you get to dictate the views that are heard within schools? A school's place is to educate the youth on things. Give both sides to a story, both sides to an issue, and ideas so that the
15
future
seconds.
of the school system and the entire world can come to their own thoughts and decisions. Getting rid of both sides creates uninformed, uneducated youth who have only been taught a single thing, the thing some of you believe is correct. If you enforce these things, nobody wins.
You're at time.
Nobody gets to feel seen and heard and understood by those around them. So please listen to me, to my fellow students, to teachers, to our educators, for the betterment of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anoka-Hennepin. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent. I'm an alum of Anoka-Hennepin, and my children all graduated from Anoka High School, so I have many years of experience in this district. As a taxpayer and community member, I am deeply concerned about recent decisions regarding curriculum development and implementation for social studies. First, I find it incredibly frustrating that thousands of taxpayer dollars have been spent paying teachers to write curriculum documents, only for this board to refuse approval of the work. This is a wasteful use of public resources and educator time. Second, I am disheartened by the refusal to approve the piloting and writing of other courses. All social studies courses have to be implemented in the fall of 2026. Piloting, purchasing new materials, and writing curriculum documents has halted for the other courses. This slowdown in the process is frustrating. Only allowing two grade levels, grades 7 and 10, to get new materials is problematic. Every classroom deserves high-quality, standards-aligned materials. I understand that teachers are now going to be writing curriculum documents that use the newly purchased materials, but align to the old 2011 standards. Teachers will need to rewrite curriculum documents again next year to align to the new standards, since those standards must be implemented according to the law in 2026. I am alarmed that this board is choosing to invest even more resources, time, money, and energy into writing curriculum that aligns with outdated standards simply because some members do not personally agree with the 2026 standards.
15 seconds.
It is not your role. It is not up to the board to override or substitute the state-led process that defines what our students are expected to learn. Your job is to support educators in implementing state policy and ensure responsible stewardship
You're at
of
time.
public funds. I don't see you doing either of these things. I urge you to reconsider these decisions and refocus your actions on what's best for our students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Max Marcial. Welcome.
Hello, members of the board and superintendent. I sit before you and my community as a student with anger and with disbelief. The school board is actively trying to rip apart DEI, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the bigotry, the selfishness, the fact that school can seem horrible for some kids. And I'm sick of the fear that is invoked into students every day because of this act of discrimination. And like I said, I'm not only sick of it, but I'm mad. I'm mad at the fact that you were okay with putting a sense of fear into students and minority groups. I also wanted to bring up the idea of 30-minute lectures. I think that it's a horrible idea for students. You provoke fear into students at their schools and then expect them to sit and learn for 30 minutes each class without disruption. Not only does this worsen the school environment, but it goes against the average attention span of students. Now, I know that our district isn't perfect. None is perfect. But you present yourselves as a board who prioritizes money over teachers with budget cuts, book arguments, and you put political beliefs over students. That doesn't show strength, and it certainly doesn't show a good board. It only shows how much of a coward some of you are. Not only do you disrespect students, but you disrespect our very teachers. Teachers of this district go underappreciated, underpaid, and mistreated by a school board. You mock teachers by trusting yourselves rather than the actual teachers who give the students what they need. We can't exceed your expectations when you try to shoot us down for who we are and don't give us what we need to succeed. So I ask you to please consider the feelings of the students and the teachers when you do your job. When will we get what we deserve? And why are you so against inclusion in teachers? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Juan Vasquez.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Very exciting. This is a little. About a year, a month, and 17 days ago, a Facebook post was published raising concerns about the school budget and for the 2024-2025 school year. I believe everyone in this room knows exactly what I'm talking about. I found out about this news with a friend. We were hanging out at their house, and as we sat on the bed reading through the Facebook post, all we could say was, "There's no way, you gotta be kidding me," and many more things I cannot say out loud. I guess some of these things that really hit me were the removal of gender identity issues, equity, DEI, but there were so many things in that post that I could go over, but I mean, what haven't I said that the school board hasn't heard before? How many people have been here where I'm standing, sitting, and complain about the same things I'm complaining about right now? I'm not really here to complain, or at least that's not my intention. When I was reading through that post with my friend, I felt powerless. There was so much I wanted to say to the board, so many arguments I had, and just so much anger about the situation. I kept thinking about all my friends who might be affected and how everything that makes Anoka High School and the district such a special place could just get removed. Through high school, a person spends about 4,320 hours in the building. That's around 720 days, which is almost 2 entire years spent in the building. I mean, this is basically my second home. I believe that if someone spends such a long part of their life here, they should have the right to feel welcomed. And that applies to every single student, LGBTQ, straight, black, Hispanic, everyone. Understand that to do religion or personal abuse or how you were raised or many other factors, you might not agree with other people's ideas or lifestyle. I like to put myself in the school board shoes. And I understand where they come from. They might think, how do I feel about my kid going to a school where they teach this kind of
15
stuff?
seconds.
It just doesn't sit right with me. I don't think you made that Facebook post because you're evil. I think you did it because you want to fight for what you believe it's right. And people put there because they believe you're gonna fight for what they think it's right, you know? But I just gotta say, things don't work that way. You cannot
You're
just
at
take
time.
things away from people to make them more comfortable. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Janine Yuki Hansen. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, community, educators, and those of you that are online watching, as I know this district means a lot to you. I've been a teacher in the district. I've been teaching for 36 years, and I've been in Anoka-Hennepin for 35 years. All of those years have been at the elementary level. Everything from first grade through fifth grade, math, science, reading, writing. I'm here tonight to speak to you about the SEL curriculum, specifically Character Strong. That yes, it is not poison. Thank you for listening tonight. As we make decisions that shape the direction of our schools, I want to bring the attention to something that's just as vital as academics: how we teach our children and our students to treat one another. Kindness, respect, and inclusion are not extras. They are the essential life skills. When I say we, I want to be clear. I mean you board members, the 6 of you tonight. You hold the power to influence what values are prioritized in our schools. Last year, I personally invited you into my classroom to see the work in action because I believe what I'm teaching and wanted to share with you. So I ask, how many of you have sat down with a classroom or a group from our community to truly engage with Character Strong? To dig deep into what it means to prepare students, not just for tests, but for life.
15 seconds.
Character Strong is built around values we say we all care about: respect, responsibility, and readiness. If we're serious about preparing students for the world, we must teach them how to be good people, not just good test takers.
You're at time.
Let's lead with courage and clarity and ensure our classrooms reflect the values we want to see and how we are respectful, responsible, and ready to be different.
Thank you.
To be opinionated and to believe that no one, whether 1, 3, or 6 of us, has more power, worth than others in our world.
Thank you for your time.
What would you want for your child? Thank you for your extra time tonight.
Our next speaker is Patricia Rysdom. Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the board and Superintendent McIntyre, I'm here tonight to read a statement from a staff member and a parent of 2 who was not able to come tonight because of a health issue. So these are their words. In all of my 25 years of working in schools, I have not seen another curriculum so easily understood and heartily embraced by teachers, students, and families as Character Strong. It is based on 9 key words: courage, respect, perseverance, gratitude, empathy, responsibility, honesty, cooperation, and creativity. Each month, students learn what these words mean and ways to display these attributes. I have overheard my elementary daughter and her friends encouraging each other to be responsible and complimenting each other on perseverance. A principal sat here 2 meetings ago and gave actual statistics on the decrease she has seen in behavior incidents and suspensions since implementing this curriculum. Despite teachers demonstrating actual lessons and the board having the opportunity to review the curriculum in its entirety, they have yet to be able to identify any specific content that is of concern. Co-Chair Arco said a couple of meetings ago that he wants to end this curriculum because it has become, quote, controversial in the community, whether that is earned or unearned, unquote. Specific members of this board, their Facebook groups, and the national organizations that funded their elections are the
15
main
seconds.
source of that controversy and the primary distributors of misinformation. Director Audette said,
Let's
quote,
refrain from using names of board members, please.
okay, another
Thank you.
one said, just Google SEL controversy and you'll find it. I can also Google flat earth
You're at time.
controversy and find plenty of information on that. It has been stated that we need to write our own curriculum to better align with district priorities and values.
Thank you. You can leave
If-
the rest of the written testimony with Ms. Kofsky for us.
I just have one more thing. If these 9 things do not align with our district values, then I think the community deserves a much clearer understanding of the values of this board. Thank you for
Thank you.
your time.
Our final speaker is Emily Newharth. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry. My name is Emily Newharth. I'm a resident of Coon Rapids. My husband, my 2-year-old daughter, and I live around the corner from Sand Creek Elementary School. My husband has volunteered with Blaine High School Robotics for the past 4 years. I want to speak to you today about the decision you face about the SEL curriculum. I ask you to vote for option 1, to keep using, the school board approved SEL curriculum. I believe that not approving the curriculum in a timely fashion will burn out teachers and other curriculum writing staff. You'll burn out teachers if you ask them to adopt a new curriculum every year. In the survey, 51% of teachers said that they felt that they had enough time to do the Character Strong and Leader in Me curriculum. The more familiar and comfortable they are with the curriculum, the smoother and faster the lessons will go. Additionally, if you approve the curriculum, does not mean that you necessarily agree with what's being taught. My peers and I were the first among to grow up in a world with the internet at our fingertips. If you heard a new slang term or a dirty joke you didn't understand, all you simply had to do was search the internet. The information is out there in the world, and our students are going to find it one way or another. Exposure through school lessons or assignments is more likely to engage students' critical thinking, allowing them to decide for themselves if they agree or disagree with what's being discussed. I believe wrestling through tough topics in the SEL curriculum will develop students who are resilient, curious, empathetic, adaptable, innovative, collaborative, problem solvers, and critical thinkers. Lastly, using expertly developed evidence-based SEL programs enables students to address mental health concerns. In high school, I was struggling with undiagnosed
15
depression,
seconds.
and I didn't have the skills to work through the grief I was experiencing. My mom asked me, please never to commit suicide, and she didn't know that I didn't have the skills to wrestle through what I was going through. So I ask you, please vote for option 1. It will help prevent teacher burnout.
You're at time.
It will develop critical thinking and develop skills in our students to aid in their mental health. Thank you.
All right, Board, our next agenda item is the board calendar and district updates. I'll turn it over to Superintendent McIntyre.
Thank you, Co-Chair DeShane, and board members, good evening. I'll be presenting some items of interest for the board and our community tonight. There are events that we're proud of in our district, and with the end of the school year rapidly approaching, we have a number of activities and events happening that I wanted to highlight for you this evening. And we do this, as always, to celebrate our students, our staff, and our community members who are contributing to the accomplishment of our mission, which is to effectively educate each of our students for success. So to start us off tonight, Oakview Middle School is set for its 29th annual Memorial Day Assembly on Friday, May 23rd. This event includes patriotic music and readings along with presentations on the historical significance of Memorial Day. QCTV will provide cable television and streaming coverage of the event. Clearly a very powerful event, and many of you have probably seen this before. The assembly is a school tradition and features significant participation and planning by the students at Oakview and through the music leaders at Oakview Middle School. We also have a birthday celebration for Anoka-Hennepin's one of our Anoka-Hennepin's longest-serving schools. The community is invited to join in as Lincoln Elementary School for the Arts celebrates 75 years at a special event held on Thursday, May 29th from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the school located at 540 South Street in Anoka. The Lincoln PTO has organized a high-energy event, complete with free cake and lemonade while supplies last, school tours, and a community art mural with the Rum River Art Center, and many more events planned. Food trucks will be on site from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., and the Anoka High School Pep Band will lead up to a short presentation at 6:40 p.m. And we do have a QR code there that can be screened or shot for the event information about this historic event. All right, the Anoka-Hennepin Mustangs advanced to the state tournament in the PI or physical impairment division, where they advanced in tournament play and lost in the consolation championship. Student athlete Macy Mock represented the district on the all-tournament team. Anoka-Hennepin was represented by 22 individuals and 12 doubles teams in this year's adapted bowling state tournament, which was held in Brooklyn Park. The Mustang student athletes turned in a strong performance, led by Kaylee Knutson, who was the state champion in the autism spectrum disorder division. In the boys singles cognitive impairment division, Parka Karna placed 5th and Mason Carter placed 9th. Senior Chloe Bosley earned the silver medal, finishing 2nd in the cognitive impairment girls singles competition. The Mustangs also had 4 individuals finish in the top 10 in the physical impairment division. Junior Evan Murray placed 8th, 7th grader Preston Herzenock tied for 10th, and in the girls' PA singles, Abigail Kilty placed 8th, and junior Elizabeth Pronensil placed 10th. Moving on, Champlain Park High School qualified for this year's robotics state competition, which was held at Concordia University in St. Paul on May 10th. Congratulations to the Rebels robotics team on another outstanding season. The 2025 Minnesota State High School League Visual Arts Festival was held on May 10th at the Perpich Center for the Arts. The exhibition highlights Judges' Choice Spotlight on arts winners from the statewide visual arts section festivals. Anoka-Hennepin had 2 students with artwork displayed at this year's Visual Arts Festival. Anoka High School's Haley Leibel presented her drawing titled Where Color Breaks the Surface, and Livia Carlson of Champlain Park High School displayed a drawing titled The Smolder. Congratulations to them both. Anoka-Hennepin was represented by Anoka and Blaine High Schools at the state speech tournament held at Shakopee High School on April 26th. The Tornadoes placed 21st out of 37 in the team standings. Isaac Stokes of Anoka placed 3rd in the finals of the Serious Interpretation of Drama competition. Anoka-Hennepin is also proud of learning leadership shown by students involved in specialty programs in our high schools. So earlier tonight, the board recognized some of this excellence with Champlain Park's International Baccalaureate program. And community events have been held at Anoka High School and Blaine High School this spring to showcase student success. Coon Rapids High School is up next with their Biomedical Sciences and Engineering capstone presentation night, which is set for Wednesday, May 28th at 6:30 p.m. This is a free community event held in the auditorium and the atrium area, and will offer narrated presentations with an expo-style format for students who will explain their work and have their projects on display. It's a great chance to see the updated Coon Rapids High School and get an up-close look at some of the accomplishments of our students. All right, next, students enrolled in the construction program at STEP, or Secondary Technical Education Program, have built and are auctioning off what could be your new home if the price is right. This is a 1,352 square foot Rambler, fully constructed by students and ready for relocation to the winning bidder. You can learn and see more photos of the house at ahschools.us/step on the website. The minimum bid is $73,000, and the deadline for submissions is June 5th. Proceeds from the sale go to support student learning and continued growth of the trades and trade education in our district. And finally, over 3,000 students, we graduate the most students every year than any other district in the state, and over 3,000 students will graduate from Anoka-Hennepin schools over the next several weeks. These events are true celebrations for families and graduates and result and the result that demonstrates the contributions of numerous staff members into the accomplishment of each graduate. The district's fortunate to have live streaming and cable television support of QCTV, CTN, CCX Media, and North Metro TV. Complete information is also on the website at ahschools.us. So thank you. That was an extra long presentation tonight. Lots of great things happening in this district this spring. This concludes my superintendent's report this evening.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for the superintendent? All right. With that, our next agenda item, next few agenda items include resolutions brought forward by Employee Services. So we welcome Dr. Jennifer Cherry, the Executive Director of Human Resources. The first one is a resolution relating to the non-renewal of teaching contracts of probationary teachers as presented in Appendix I.
Good evening, Co-Chair DeShane, members of the board, and Superintendent McIntyre. Here with the first resolution, as was just stated by Co-Chair DeShane in Appendix I. This is the time of year where we are making some final decisions about staffing. With this, we do have just 2 teachers' names on the agenda that are currently in our district, but due to late hires, have missed the initial round of staffing decisions. So again, these non-renewals come for probationary teachers when there are a variety of reasons, either a reduction in student enrollment, financial conditions of the district, meaning that we're reducing expenditures, and other appropriate reasons. And so with that, a resolution is presented for your review.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Dr. Cherry on this resolution? All right, hearing none. Members, before us is a resolution relating to the non-renewal of teaching contracts of probationary teachers as presented in Appendix I. Hearing no request for discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Simon votes aye. Hoekman.
Aye.
Audette.
Aye.
Langenfeld.
Aye.
Arco.
Aye.
DeShane.
Aye. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, that resolution is adopted. Please carry on.
Thank you, Board. The second resolution is to rescind the inclusion of certain teachers' names in the resolution terminating probationary teachers that was approved previously. This is listed in Appendix J of your packet. There are 2 teachers' names, and this is the good, wonderful part where we actually had some probationary teachers that we previously had to non-renew, and we are asking them to come back and work for us again next year. So with that, we're asking for your approval.
Members, any questions on this resolution? All right. If not, members, before us is a resolution to rescind the inclusion of certain teachers' names in a resolution terminating probationary teachers as presented in Appendix J. Hearing no request for discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Simon votes aye. Hoekman.
Aye.
Audette.
Aye.
Langenfeld.
Aye.
Arco.
Aye.
DeShane.
Aye. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, that resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you. All right, next agenda item is our elementary and secondary education. Item 9A, SEL review and recommendation, coming before us for approval tonight. We welcome Superintendent McIntyre, Dr. Mary Wolverton, Associate Superintendent, and Becky Brodier, Associate Superintendent, Tom Shaw, Director of Student Services, and Britt Oline, District Social Worker. Welcome.
So board members, I'll start this one off tonight. Thank you to our team to be here for any questions or additional information you may need. So over the past year, the board's been engaged on this topic of social emotional learning. It's been discussed multiple work sessions and regular board meetings. The administration's provided the board with extensive information and research regarding the current board-approved SEL materials and why we use them. And at the work session on April 14th, at the regular board meeting, and again on May 5th, the administrative team provided the board with the results of the work that the board-directed district committee completed, including teacher and parent survey results, strongly in support of our current programming with some minor adjustments. Materials from the previous meetings are in your board packet. We're not going to represent all those documents, but they're there for reference. So tonight I'm just going to briefly share the additional information that was requested from May 5th that we've collected in a very short order, so thank you to the team for that. And then they're also here to answer your questions, and then the board can move towards a motion, discussion, and a decision. So at the May 5th board meeting, the school board was presented with the Phase 4 results of the curriculum adoption process. And 2 questions were asked for follow-up. So are staff willing and available to write SEL lessons internally for the 25-26 school year? And how much might it cost to hire an independent consultant or curriculum writer? And those things are summarized in the updated briefing for you, but just to hit the highlights of that. Question 1 regarding our staff willing and available to write SEL lessons. Just some context there. We're talking about approximately 81 total lessons would need to be written. So at each grade level, K through 8, they would basically have a monthly lesson delivered from September through May, aligned with the district's Portrait of a Graduate framework. A small curriculum writing team consisting of 12 staff and 2 administrators approximately has been secured, or they've made the verbal commitment to participate in 2 days of writing over the summer with an additional 2 days once the school year is started. And again, that's flexible depending on getting into that work. They may need more time than that, but the total cost to pay curriculum writers internally for those 4 days is approximately $10,000. Again, additional days may be needed. That would need to be determined. Just a couple additional pieces I think is worth noting. So through that process, we wouldn't be able to verify through a district internal process anyway that they're in an evidence or research-based way, in the sense because they wouldn't be able to be field tested, field validated, or any efficacy studies the way our current purchase materials do. In addition, our current purchase materials do include some additional elements we would not be able to provide initially, at least, and that's around support materials like fidelity rubrics, communication newsletters, and other things that come with the ongoing maintenance and continuous improvement of those efforts. The question was asked, how much would it cost to hire an independent curriculum writer? Now, we didn't have a lot of time to research this, but we were able to get a couple estimates just to give you a ballpark idea. Again, with a target of approximately 81 lessons needed to be written at the K-8 level, delivered through that alignment with Portrait of a Graduate. So the first estimate we received was approximately $372,000. The breakdown was provided in the briefing, with a timeline of around 9 to 12 months for that work to be completed. The second estimate was a little less. That was around $100,000. It was $97,200, and that was approximately a 5 to 6 month turnaround time. So again, those efforts wouldn't be able to be completed before the start of our upcoming school year. So hopefully that gives you a little more information around those particular options. The recommendations remain the same. Option 1 is the administrative recommendation to continue to utilize the board-approved SEL curriculum and implement those modifications that came through the committee's recommendations. Option 2 would be to use the current materials another year and go through a more elaborate curriculum adoption process, with giving plenty, a longer runway in essence, to prepare for any changes. So more time than just the summer months, should the board make a different decision. And then option 3 is to discontinue using the current board-approved materials and have the district team over the summer begin work to write lessons aligned with the Portrait of a Graduate framework. And there's details that were provided there in the briefing as well. So our team's here to answer any questions you have. I appreciate them being here again this evening, just in case there's additional comments or questions from the board, and try to be efficient with that presentation. You've seen the information many times. So I'll turn it back to you, Co-Chair DeShane, for facilitation.
All right, members, time for questions. Co-Chair Arco.
So I know I've seen it before, but remind me again, what is the current renewal cost for the 2 programs we use, like the annual renewal cost?
It's about $68,000 total, from my memory here. I think combined that was pretty close.
So then, if we were to implement our own internally written curriculum, it would save us annually north of $50,000, it sounds like?
Go ahead.
What would the cost of professional development be for the teachers for a brand-new curriculum? Considering that I volunteer at Monroe, there would be 24 classroom teachers. I would assume you'd need more than an hour, maybe half day. And then there would be 25 elementaries, and of course, then there would be secondary as well. So I'm just curious what that would cost, just in terms of dollars, just for the initial rollout, and then ongoing professional development for new teachers, and then also the time and who would do that. So.
Thank you, Director Langenfeld. I would note that at the elementary level, we'd have to map that out currently as we look at professional development at the elementary level. What's very comprehensive for us is the implementation and the professional development of our new literacy curriculum that the school board approved. So that's going to be very comprehensive for our classroom teachers. So I can meet with our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Ann Sangster, and get that response. But I think our greatest challenge would be time at the elementary level.
Dr. Wolverton, verify this for me. You know, we have a designated set of PD days.
Yes.
So we would, in essence, have to, you know, we wouldn't be able to add days at this point because the calendar's set. So if we have to do additional PD, we're going to have to identify something else that would have to come off, right? But we could still probably estimate that cost. But those days are built into the calendar come August. and beyond.
Correct, and that's already, especially with the literacy curriculum, that's already being mapped out on the district professional development days that have been approved by the board.
Coach Arco.
Whatever the cost is, it sounds like we will save over $50,000 per year, so I would wager a guess that it would pay itself off within the first year, if not very quickly.
A quick question, for the 2 days of writing that you've estimated at about $10,000, is that for all 81 lessons, or would that be for a subset?
Well, when we were given the task of going down this road, this is, creating curriculum from scratch is not something that we do on a normal basis. And so this is an initial kind of push to just go in there and see what we would need and kind of map it out, like Dr. Wolverton said. Because it's not something we would do, we would just take the first step. Ms. Olin and I figured we would probably start mapping out over those 2 days, but it would be a significant lift to continue on and to develop that curriculum over time.
So we can't really compare the $68,000 total all-in cost for Character Strong and Leader in Me with what it all includes to the estimated time for these first couple days to start initiating this curriculum writing process in option 3 as presented.
Yeah,
Sounds like they're not
creating
really-
something from scratch is not what we typically do. So we had to start somewhere with putting a team together and start answering the questions of what direction do we want to go and how would we use Portrait of a Graduate to start mapping it out.
Thank you. Director Langenfeld.
A question then, who would define what the curriculum content would be? And what would that process look like? We have a process that we adopt, write curriculum and adopt curriculum. And it involves, it's a very comprehensive process typically. Takes a fair amount of time. It's all inclusive, so it's teachers, parents, community members, everyone examines the curriculum. And when I look at Portrait of a Graduate, I'm looking for definitions because that's, you know, typically you start with standards. So then the question that I have is as I look at the portrait, I'm curious from other board members who are supportive of Portrait of a Graduate as being the standards, how do you see that playing out in our current reality with limited resource right now? I'm just curious, because I've asked the superintendent, I've looked at the portrait material, and unfortunately, I wasn't here for the training that previous board members may have gotten, so maybe I'll tap on you for that information.
Director Audette.
I'll take a shot. In option 3, it lists the core values detailed in our Portrait of a Graduate as resilient, curious, thinker, adaptable, innovative, leader, learner, collaborator, problem solver, critical thinker. So the curriculum writers would build curriculum around those values to be taught to our kids. I think it's frankly as straightforward as that.
Director Langfeld.
So are there definitions for those terms?
There are some definitions that have been identified through some of our work in our media core class at elementary. So we have some starting definitions. We don't have skills aligned to those definitions, and also considering SEL standards through the Minnesota Department of Education, aligning those standards with these definitions and the identified skills. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
And so in other words, there would be a considerable amount of work, and I'm going to go back, and who would approve those then as you move forward to align them? This is very important because the district has always really done their due diligence for evidence-based curriculum, and now we are creating something, and I'm not discounting what you can do, so please know that. It has nothing to do with that. It's looking at the time and the resources to do something well and right.
Well, the task would be for those 15 or so people to write 81 lessons and bring those back to the board for, if we're following our two-step process, before August for approval, before we can do training. That would be the challenge, right?
Correct. And then we have 1,400 parents who support the current curriculum, and we have received many, many more voices that I'm going to be sharing here shortly as well, because I want parents to hear what parents are saying as well about the current curriculum. I think that's vitally important to our public. So.
Members, any other questions for our presenters? Co-Chair Arco.
So again, just because the budgetary stuff does matter, even if it's a heavy lift, which I'm sure it will be, you could double the amount of time allotted, and we'd still be at 20,000, which is under the current annual subscription fee for what we're using. You could quadruple the amount of time, and we'd be at 40,000, which is still under the annual subscription fee to the programs we use. So in the short term and the long term, this is a big budget savings opportunity. In addition, I don't find any of the portrait of a graduate characteristics to be controversial in any way. It's not tied to Castle in any way. So I just see this as a win in every way, and I do believe that our staff can get it done. So.
I think that it's important to note that the characteristics in Portrait of a Graduate closely align to the characteristics in Character Strong and Leader in Me, and they would likely be considered Castle aligned if Castle came in and took a look at whatever we develop. So I think we just have to remember that Castle is an independent organization that can choose to review things on their own standards and criteria. Co-Chair Arco.
So based on what you just said, if it's closely aligned with what we're currently using, then I guess I don't understand the controversy, because we would effectively be getting mostly the same thing with a massive budget savings in the short term and the long term. So it's all wins as far as I can tell based on what you just said.
I don't see it that way. You know, I think we had an entire process where we invited the community in, we invited our educators in, we have proven building-wide success stories using the existing curriculum, and the time and energy expended on brand-new SEL curriculum. While, to Director Langenfeld's point, I'm certain we could do an excellent job of that if we had the time and resources to do so, is an interesting choice for us as a board to ask our teams to do when we have overwhelmingly heard positive feedback and a desire to keep what we already have and save ourselves the time. The dollars, yes, maybe the dollars would net out over time, possibly. It's a bit of a hypothetical right now, as we've just heard. It's not really known exactly how long it would take or how much, and how much retraining would have to be done each year when we're doing a homegrown version. I think there's a reason that we moved away from that in many of our prior examples. And at a time when we're asking staff to adopt the new ELA curriculums, write double standards for other curriculums like social studies, and be faced with the coming budget cuts that will impact our classrooms more acutely I just can't support asking them to write a brand-new curriculum. Co-Chair Arco.
So, one of the commenters stated, and I don't recall the exact number from the committee which I was on, but one of the commenters stated that 51% of teachers said they did have enough time. That's not overwhelming support. That's an even split between teachers who say that they do have enough time and don't.
I don't equate time and support to be the same, and I think we've heard from members who were facilitating that committee that the time question was flexible, and it's just that there's enough content to fill more time, and they like the content. It's just advisories are only X number of minutes in the middle school, and the morning meetings in elementary are, 15, 20 minutes of time, and they've got to cover more things like, here's what we're going to do today, kids, and the character strong lessons. So I don't see the equivalence of those. Okay. Any further questions for our presenters at this time? All right, would anyone like to make a motion? Co-Chair Arco.
I will make a motion for option 3 for the district to write our own internal SEL curriculum.
Okay, we have a motion from Director Arco. Is there a second? With a second from Director Audette. Any discussion? Director Langenfeld.
Thank you. As we consider this, it's clear that Director Arco is seeing it only as budgetary. I look at it as a really important part of the work that has been done in the past. And when I think about what I want our community and our parents to know, and our families and our staff, is that the district has always valued stakeholder voice, and this would take away stakeholder voice. We've had inclusive processes for both adoption and review. The recommendation from the committee that reviewed included more than 1,400 voices, 350 teachers, parents, and so forth. In addition, the district always values transparency. So all curriculum is available to everyone. And through policy 603.0, parents and community, anyone is afforded the opportunity to review the curriculum and all instructional materials. Parent voice in this process is vitally important. I value parents very much, and their voice has always been a priority for me in every role, from classroom teacher to principal to superintendent, and now as a board member. Parents, when they see the curriculum, they have the opportunity to request any kind of specific instructional resources for their children. They can request to be excluded or restricted, have their child restricted, and receive an alternative through the principal, and make that contact. The other thing I know throughout this process is the superintendent has kept us apprised of what is in this curriculum that has become controversial. And again, in April of 2024, we all received an invitation to look at the full curriculum for Character Strong, as well as The Leader in Me. That invitation was there, and to the best of my knowledge, I don't recall a single board member identifying any concerns when they looked into it, just as I did, and I know several have, or asked for a certain areas that were being problematic in that review. And then taking it a step further, I know we had someone speak about coming to classrooms. I have been in classrooms. I've been in a number of elementary classrooms, seeing this being implemented. I've had the privilege to walk into schools where my grandchildren attend, and parents and grandparents have talked to me about it because they have a huge bulletin board up with Character Strong as well. And so these are things that I've looked into when we've talked about controversy. We also received information from both Character Strong and from The Leader in Me, and they've shared with us that their relationship or lack thereof with Covey or with Castle as well. And so we've all received that information, and there are letters that are in our files that they have sent to us. I think the piece as I review this outcome of this curriculum and the recommendation, if we are going to honor parent voice, if we are going to honor and value an evidence-based curriculum, if we are going to support our teachers in the work that they currently have and are willing to take away literacy, which for me has been a top priority, it is a big trade. It is a big cost. We are investing in our children right now on so many levels. And we've received a number of things from PTOs that have different messages to tell us how important these curriculum have been, how critically important. We've heard from teachers, we've heard from PTOs, both with the Leader and Me. University sent us a wonderful specific, talking very specifically about the Leader in Me program and how critical it is to the well-being of their children. And this is coming from parents, and we are going to choose to ignore their voice. And they have said to us, why wouldn't we want to use the lessons that are taught to the kids? They are better sport players, leaders, friends, and the list goes on. The curriculum highlights the social-emotional wellness of each student and is connected to the image of them as a graduate. This curriculum is not set up to poison their minds, but position them to be better critical and independent thinkers. We've heard from principals about the impact, and one principal shared about the Leader in Me, and I shared it last time and I'm going to share it again. From 2021 to 2025, suspensions dropped dramatically from 13 to 2 this year. In general ed, clearance of rooms, sometimes children are in such a space that they really become very dysregulated and the classroom can be cleared. In 2021, there were 20, and this year there are 0. Those are the kinds of data sets that we have to pay attention to. There are costs involved that don't necessarily mean just dollars. This is the well-being of our kids across the district. My grandchildren are part of this. And when I walk into the schools and I listen to teachers, and I have been in the classrooms watching this firsthand and talking with parents, I cannot see anything other than option 1 at this time.
Co-Chair Arco.
So the budget is very important, as every board member has pointed out in the past, and I wholeheartedly concur with. That doesn't mean it's the only thing that I'm considering, but it is an important one, and it is worth mentioning the fact that we'll save $60,000+ annually in perpetuity. That's a pretty staggering cost savings, and I don't think that should be belittled. I guess everything you're saying, well, it's true that ours isn't, or what the curriculum that's being, or that could be written internally has not necessarily been like time tested. I guess the concerns you're raising, while valid, presupposes that our curriculum writing team isn't going to make effective curriculum. I think they are, and I do have faith in their ability to do this. We've done it in the past, actually. We used to have our own internally written curriculum, so I have no doubt that they can write effective curriculum that will get the same outcomes you're looking for. And kind of going back to the heart of all of this in the first place, which is, as you pointed out, lots of people have asked about what's so controversial about this. I think Director Audette has said it best. They're CASEL endorsed, and CASEL has made some pretty questionable statements in the past. And while it is true that maybe each, or not each, but some of the lessons, I would even go as far as to say I agree with. And it's true that these various curriculum writing companies have reached out to us to endorse their curriculum. It's also true that they could disavow CASEL. They could request that CASEL take away their endorsement, and they haven't. And that says as much as all of the emails that they've sent to us about their curriculum as well. I think they like being CASEL certified. I don't think they have any problem with it. And the fact that there is controversy surrounding it, that is precisely what I'm trying to avoid here. And I know that our internal curriculum writing team can do a great job, that there's not going to be any controversy around. And again, just to address some of the comments made earlier, I guess I don't fully understand what some of, not all, but some of the concern is, because we are going to have an SEL program. So everybody made it sound like it was just going to go away. That's not the case. So I just think there's a lot of gain. to be had from doing it this way, so that's why I support these things.
All right, we have a, further discussion. Director Simon.
Sorry, late to the party. Thanks, Casey. So since we've had many meetings on this, but since the last meeting, my reflection on all of these options really focused on two things, and some of them were mentioned here tonight, but I'll reiterate them from my perspective. First of all, the controversy around SEL. I've mentioned before, and I'll mention again, 2 points on that is that when I was here when Character Strong was first brought in, so I've been here a while, but at that time, I served on the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Committee that we had, and I asked for all board members at that time to be able to get access to all of the lessons. And at that time, I reviewed every lesson and did not find anything controversial in those. I know all of our board members have been given that opportunity too, and I think we have. Since since this board first started talking about SEL and the quote-unquote controversy along it, I didn't, again, re-review every lesson, but I re-reviewed many lessons, and I did not see the controversy. And I think I've made personal statements to numerous board members saying, if you see controversy in what we're doing in a specific lesson, I would love to hear it, and I'll be right with you, if I agree, I'll be right with you to end that, and that lesson, and that. That has not been brought forward. And then the controversy I mentioned, and I still agree that the castle alignment, when a district brings in, or when our district brings in something that, from an organization that has controversy behind it, that can be a problem. I've done that in my past board service. We had a program that came forward, I won't name it, but, and it had controversy in it that organization was trying to advocate at a national level, something that many thought was controversial. I think as I reflected upon this, the difference in this is that when I did that before, it was the actual organization that brought forward their plan that was doing the advocating for the controversial thing. This is a company that creates something. If I'm at all understanding CASEL, there may be some states that a curriculum has to be CASEL aligned or whatever to even be sold into that state. So this is a separate organization saying that your curriculum is aligned. So I do think that is a little bit different than how I was viewing it before. So that's the number one thing, the controversy. And then the second thing really is the process that at least I've always been a part of, that Anoka-Hennepin has used. And we've talked about it many times, but we have I think it's 42-step curriculum adoption process, which brings in the community, brings in our many staff members, many leaders in our district to vet curriculum and then bring it forward. And we did that with these. We also went through, with this board, we agreed to do a separate process to look at it again, right, and get all the feedback that Michelle had talked about. So I think that I was open to option 3, but in my reflection, I think that pushing option 3 from the board is a very top-down thing. It goes against everything I've ever believed in a robust curriculum process. And I would be very worried about teacher acceptance. So I think curriculum people could probably do a great job. I think when you get it out to the schools, this is my own personal opinion, that teachers would, the acceptance and the buy-in of the curriculum would not be there. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion? Co-Chair Arco.
So I guess let's just review for a minute, just go through the history of why we're even taking a vote right now, how we got here. A commenter earlier mentioned budget controversy, and what came out of that was a number of items that the board chose to review. One of them was SEL. So, the proposal, which I've pulled up here, this is what we agreed to at the work session, so that we're going to continue the current program for the 24-25 school year. We did that. Conduct a review of the program, including a committee with board members, due in time for action and implementation of recommendation for the 25-26 school year. Says maybe April 25. Part of the review will include the legal opinion of SEL about religious beliefs. There's other stuff, but that's the key I wanted to focus on. So we actually agreed to this. This did have a majority of the board in support of it. And one of the things that came about as a result of that was an SEL review committee. I was on it. I got to go and see it. So funny enough, thought I'd pull this up, because you can find humor in the frustration, which I certainly can. One of the programs we use, I believe it's the Leader in Me one, based on Stephen Covey's book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. One of those habits is to begin with the end in mind, which I just Googled it here. It says, set goals and have a clear vision for your future. Well, if you stop and think about what we agreed to at that work session, which is, there's one part I actually needed to read as well. The superintendent leadership will have to make sure the recommendation will get at least 4 board members' support, hopefully all 6. That was actually something that a majority of the board agreed to. So if the administration were to have ironically done what our current SEL program tells us to do, which is to begin with the end in mind, they would have stopped and realized that whatever recommendation was going to come was ultimately going to have board approval, which is what the expectation was. And at that committee, something I found very fascinating was never once, despite being one of those board members who has 1/6 voting power on what's going to happen, never once did anyone in the entire committee ask me, what is it that you'd like to see, Director Arco? Or what are things that you might approve? What are things that you might not approve? What are some guardrails just to, you're not going to do the job for us, but if there's something you absolutely want to approve, it'd be nice to know. If there's something you absolutely need to see, it'd be nice to know. That question was never asked. So I would be inclined to at least start by assuming that the administration was beginning with the end in mind to bring forward a proposal to the board that was going to gain the board approval, which is what the board agreed to, except for the fact that that question was never asked. So I guess how would anyone in the district even know what any board member would want to approve if the question wasn't asked in the first place? And I can say with certainty, no one ever asked me, it was not asked. So it's fascinating then that we're going to presume to teach our children, teach the students how to begin with the end in mind, when the administration does not know how to begin with the end in mind, as they've just demonstrated. And I guess my question for you, Corey, is since you were supposed to have this done in time for implementation and recommendation, and you had a majority of the board agree to it, and you didn't do that, what are we supposed to do with that?
You and I meet every 2 weeks with Casey and other board members, and you have every opportunity to ask any question you have. I've sent information out to board members multiple times, and I always end those emails with, please contact me with any questions or any additional information you need. So to say the question's never been asked, you've had many opportunities to get I continually ask the board, let me know what you need. And since that part you read, mid-year, the board gave me clear direction on bring a recommendation forward from the administration and 2 additional options. That was the agreement since that was read. That was very clear from this board mid-year. That's what's been done. So our job, we did our job. You now need to do your job and make a decision so we can move forward.
Director
I'd like to call the
Director
question.
Audette.
I'd like to call the question. Let's have the vote.
Very good. All right, members, we have a motion for option 3. Would all those in favor say aye? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay?
Nay.
With 3 in favor and 3 opposed, that motion fails. So in that agreement, right, the recommendation requires a vote. That's what we just did. Without a vote and without a change in board direction, the only option left to us is to continue what is currently happening. We could take a vote to rescind all SEL if someone wanted to motion for that and discuss that. Otherwise, I think we're we're continuing on with the current Character Strong and Leader in Me options at each of our schools. Co-Chair Arco.
So just to restate that in a different way, tie goes to the administration who brought forward recommendations they knew would not receive approval.
No. Prior board decision stands until elected board acts and takes formal action and vote to make a change.
There's no difference.
Semantics, I guess. All right, thank you, team. Thank you, Superintendent McIntyre. Our next agenda item is the Minnesota State High School League membership resolution coming to us for approval tonight. We welcome Dr. Annette Ziegler, Assistant Superintendent for High Schools.
Good
Welcome.
evening again, co-chairs Deshane and Arco, members of the board, and Superintendent McIntyre. Tonight in front of you is the annual resolution for membership with the Minnesota State High School League and to participate in the approved interscholastic activities and athletics sponsored by that league and its various subdivisions. Each school's governing board agrees to adopt the Constitution, bylaws, policies, rules, and regulations. The resolution membership is completed via DocuSign with electronic signatures and needs to be signed by Superintendent McIntyre and the board clerk, Jeff Simon. This evening, I'm asking for you to vote in favor of the resolution, and at this time, I'll turn it back over to Co-Chair Deshane to take a vote.
Thank you for the presentation. Board members, any questions for Dr. Ziegler on this resolution? Okay, hearing none. Before us, members, is the Minnesota State High School League membership resolution for approval as presented in Appendix L. Hearing no request for discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Simon votes aye. Hoekman.
Aye.
Audette. Aye. Langenfeld.
Aye.
Arco.
Aye.
Deshane.
Aye. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, that resolution is adopted.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is 9C, non-transported walk boundary review and recommendation for approval tonight. We welcome Greg Cole, Chief Operations Officer, and BJ Eisen, Director of Transportation. Welcome.
Good evening, co-chairs Deshane and Arco, Superintendent McIntyre, members of the school board. Just to clarify, we will not be seeking a decision tonight from you. We're going to request that potentially your decision be made on consent at the next school board meeting. I'll kind of explain why we decided to go that route tonight.
Thank you for that correction. My apologies.
Yeah. So we're reviewing the proposal that we brought before you on April 14th regarding our non-transported walk boundary adjustments. After deeper analysis and community feedback from those who may be impacted by the proposed adjustment, we wanted to bring information back to you tonight. The reason for kind of the delay in the decision is this is the first the board would be hearing about the feedback that we received from our communities, and we didn't know if there would be any public commentary this evening about what we were proposing, and we wanted to give an opportunity for the board to have a little runway to make a decision between now and June 9th, which is the next board meeting. So we're here to follow up on our initial proposal that we presented to you at the April 14th meeting. And just as a reminder, this really impacts 7 schools in our district, and those are Mississippi, Morris By, Jefferson, Johnsville, and Sunrise Elementary Schools, as well as Sandburg Regional High School and Anoka High School. Just a reminder, the reason that we evaluate this every year is there are city projects, sidewalk and crosswalk improvements, developments that reach substantial completion around our school district, and then program moves that occur. So those are some of the reasons why we have to do this annually. Because folks may wonder, why do you look at something that remains the same over time? And the reality is some of our areas around our schools do not remain the same over time. So just a reminder about the process up until this point. The first part is an annual review by BJ and his team. I didn't introduce BJ, sorry. BJ Eisen, our Director of Transportation, is here with me. So his team will do that review and then make recommendations. That goes to the Transportation Safety Committee. And then we do a first read at a board meeting, which we did on April 14th. Then we go about a process of reaching out to all parents and guardians' homes that may be affected by the recommendations that we're making, and we make them aware of that and give them an opportunity to give us feedback on those recommendations. There's a second review by the Transportation Committee based on the feedback that we received, and BJ will be reviewing that. We received, I think, 54 pieces of feedback through that process. And then the next phase is tonight, where we bring that information to you and our recommendations moving forward. The main thing is, while this may be different from some places, what we're trying to do and what we have always tried to do is apply the same criteria consistently to all schools across the school district. So state law requires that you transport students who live more than 2 miles away from essentially the front door. In this district, our board has committed to doing that at a 1 mile radius. And so we're tonight kind of bringing forward some of those schools, those 7, where we're kind of out of alignment with the rest of the school district. So with that, I'll turn it over to BJ, who will go through each school and sort of what we learned.
Perfect. Thank you, Greg. Good evening, everyone. Yes, so we highlighted, as Greg mentioned, a lot of the policy around our existing process. And so, like Greg said, we want to make sure that these proposed changes are consistent and fair and fall within those guidelines of our current transportation policies. And again, the state says over 2, Anoka-Hennepin committed to students living within, over 1 mile, all receive transportation. With that, we measure those reasonable walkways from home to the assigned entrance points of the school through the technology pieces that we have in our department. It only applies to general ed students. And the Transportation Department recommends solutions to ensure student safety is within the that students are safe within the non-transported areas. So again, 7 sites are being brought forward this evening. Greg already mentioned those. In general, the feedback themes then that we received from concerned parents, there were 54 responses to our surveys when we communicated out these changes after our last meeting. Most of them, notably for Sunrise's brand new boundary, but overall, the first thing that we always see with our themes is student safety. It's exposure to inclement weather conditions, it's the stamina that it takes and the responsibility of a student and the maturity that they need to have to walk that 1 mile if they're choosing to walk and not be parent transported. And certainly that the distance is too far for elementary ages. Though we have a lot of these same feedback concerns, we wanted to make sure that we validate each one of them individually, and so we do look through them. The committee studies them. Some of the other themes that we saw then is that parents maybe lack a responsible person to walk that student to school. So really their reliance on transportation services. Again, we hear about winter snow removal and whether or not citizens in their area or municipalities will be timely in that removal. And then, of course, the added school traffic congestion that may occur by additional parents driving. And then, of course, whether there's sidewalks, crosswalks, and the dangerous roadway conditions that they potentially face on their way to school.
So I'll just chime in really quickly. One of the things we evaluate with regard to this, so obviously these are all very real for families and they're real concerns. And we share them. I think what we had to kind of evaluate is, with regard to feedback, is anything specific to a particular school that makes it unique or different from the other schools in this school district that so at the elementary level, the other 24 elementary schools, or at the middle school level, the other 6? Is there something that stands out that makes this particular concern different or unique? And those are the types of things we try to balance with regard to things that would be very common regardless of where someone goes to school. These would be very typical kinds of concerns that any parent or guardian would have.
Yes. And so, first up, again, was Anoka High School. We saw, well, we're not really going to go into these real in-depth just because you've seen them already before. Overall, there were 46 students impacted by the new proposed areas, and 3 of the feedback, responses came from this neighborhood. The Sandburg area, there were 7 students impacted by that one. No feedback responses came through for Sandburg. Jefferson Elementary had 22 students that would be impacted by the new area. 6 of our feedback responses came through on this particular area. Johnsville, 8 students impacted, with 3 of the feedback responses coming through from this particular neighborhood. Mississippi was 20 students, with 4 of our feedback responses. And something that we saw with Mississippi that we did find rather unique is just the fact that we as an organization really need to update our walk route, suggested route maps. They're a little bit outdated. I believe on our website, they're from 2012. And so we're committed to making sure that we update those for families. And again, all they are is a suggested walk path into their buildings to make sure that the students are as safe as possible and hitting crosswalks where we have crossing guards. Morris By then was 107 students in that new area. 1 feedback response came through from there. One of the biggest considerations there is that we've discovered and know that we needed to implement a crossing guard to be stationed at 121st Lane and Crooked Lake Boulevard, which is where just before where the sidewalk really terminates on the west side of the road. Students need to get to the east side where Morris By sits, and so we wanted to make sure that we support that safe crossing for all of those students in that neighborhood. Finally then, Sunrise Elementary was our last one with the biggest impact this year with 142 students. 37 of our feedback responses came through, again, matching most of those general themes that we mentioned. The other notable concerns that we knew would arise with Sunrise was the traffic and speed that occur every day on Lever Street, and the fact that there is no crosswalk over Lever at present. That will be changing this summer as we have an agreement with the city to install a crosswalk over Lever right in front of the school. We also know and study the substantial increases in parent traffic that could occur, including the congestion with the current pickup and drop-off processes. Parents have also been dropping across the street and having students run over Lever, so we wanted to make sure that we mitigate that from continuing, and that the construction traffic we know is ongoing and continuous, however, has really died off with the substantial completion of those neighborhoods. The other considerations then that we have for Sunrise, like I mentioned, would be the crosswalk to be installed in the green area on the map shown. The plans also include a crossing guard for support at that location, and plans are under review currently to potentially flip-flop the parent lane, which would be now the blue line, and then the school buses to the front of the school, which would be the yellow line, thus allowing us to stage more parent traffic on the property of the school with less impact to Lever and even out to Main Street.
Couple of things I just want to add here. We collaborated with Principal Deb Shepard. We were on site to basically develop this potential plan for shifting traffic. It allows us to get more cars on property and off of Lever Street as a part of this process to allow us to continue to separate buses from cars. And then also just shout out to the city of Blaine. We have a great collaborative relationship with Blaine administration, and this crosswalk proposal is an example of that. They've been super helpful and collaborative in this process and ensuring that we'll have that crosswalk in by this summer.
And so, with that, again, our process has been that the Transportation Department has done their annual review. We've brought that forward not once but twice to the Safety Committee, again with those parent feedback surveys that we did receive. We've presented that now to you on April 14th and again this evening. And so with that.
Yeah, so we'll take any comments or questions, but our goal would be, unless the will of the board is maybe different than that, and you'd like an actual presentation again, that this would go on the consent agenda on June 9th. But at this time, our recommendation is essentially the original recommendation that we brought forward to you. We have not seen reason to change that recommendation based on the feedback that we've received up until this point. So with that, we take any comments or questions from board members.
Thank you for the presentation, and I just want to start with appreciation for the care and consideration you're giving for each of those respondents to the survey. Like, this is a big change for families, and while the logic behind it makes sense, and I think most people can understand, just the fact that you're willing to understand personally for each person that responded what they're talking about and what their concern is really makes a big difference. And I liked the fact that you're adding an update to the suggested walking routes as a part of the recommendation so that those can be current. Thank you for doing that. Members, any other questions or comments for our presenters? Co-Chair Arco.
Just want to acknowledge Sunrise Elementary for a minute. I know that some of the changes can be pretty frustrating, and in the past, they've had capacity issues, for example. This certainly is not the same thing, but these are just part of the growing pains of a new school. So thank you for just dealing with the change.
Thanks.
Director Langenfeld.
I agree. Thank you for the careful consideration. Quick question. So we're putting these things, or we will be moving forward in the fall. And I would assume that they are a priority for you to monitor and that you'll be right on top of them, just so parents realize, and of course, I know you work closely with principals, but just to assure the public that you would make any minor adjustments or watch carefully in this fall. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you. Members, any concern to share about sharing this on consent agenda for our next meeting? Okay, I think that's the approach that would work for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, members, our next item is 10A, labor negotiations updates. We welcome Dr. Jennifer Cherry, Executive Director of Human Resources, and Todd Mensink, the Director of Labor Relations and Benefits. Welcome.
Excellent. Good evening, Co-Chair DeShane, members of the board, Superintendent McIntyre. We're here this evening to provide a labor relations update. This update is in alignment with Policy 209, which is our negotiations code of ethics, which states that administration will review the status of negotiations at public school board meetings. Note, this is consistent with our open meeting law and PELRA. We do reserve detailed negotiation discussions in closed session with the school board. The purpose of this presentation is not to establish negotiation strategy. It's to provide the board and the community an update on where we're at in terms of our cycle of negotiations. This time of year is always very busy for our team as we are preparing for entering into negotiations for contracts for our largest employee groups. We do have 19 employee groups in Anoka-Hennepin. 5 of those groups are unaffiliated, or they're policy groups. Those include our administrators and supervisors, our cabinet employees, our miscellaneous community education, our confidential employees, and our miscellaneous E12 employees. And then we have 14 bargaining groups. And actually, moving into next year, we will be reducing that to 13 bargaining groups. The first one that you see on the list there is the 24-25 master agreement that we have in place for our school readiness and K-readiness teachers. That group has abandoned its representation, its current representation, and is being absorbed by our larger K-12 teachers master agreement group. And Todd will share a little bit more about that group when we get into some detailed information about the negotiation meetings that we have coming up. And then we do have a variety of the 23-25 master agreements that are currently expiring at the end of June, and we're walking into negotiations with each of these groups. They include our child nutrition assistants, community school coordinators, education support specialists, principals, teachers, school office supervisors, school service employees, special education supervisors, and our technical specialists. And then we also have a group of two-year agreements, master agreements, that are for the terms 2024 through 2026. And those groups include our billing supervisors, child nutrition site supervisors, education office professionals, and paraeducators. So as we walk into negotiations for this current group that have 23-25 contracts, we generally start negotiations with these groups at the end of April or even into May. And generally for our larger groups, we tend to wait until the end of the legislative session. So this is the natural timing where we would be coming to you with a status update. So next I'll hand it to Director Todd Minsink, and he will share some more information about each of the groups with upcoming open contracts.
All right, our first group, our building service employees, are represented by SEIU Local 284. This is a group of 196 employees, primarily our custodians, grounds, maintenance, and warehouse employees. We did meet with this group on May 7th for our first meeting, and we're scheduled for a second meeting with them on May 28th. The other group we've met with is our community school coordinators. So this is a supervisory group that oversees community school activities throughout the district. They're self-represented by the Association of Community School Coordinators, so they're not associated with a statewide union. There's just 8 employees in this group. And again, we met with them on April 16th, and we're scheduled to meet with them again next week on the 28th. The third group is by far our largest group, the teachers. You can see there's 3,267 employees in that unit. 20-some years ago, we added adult basic ed and early childhood family education teachers when they became required to be licensed. And recently, the state statute has changed requiring licensure for preschool teachers. And with that, preschool teachers gain the right to join the teachers union. So we'll see them joining in that union this year. Moving on to our last 6 groups that are up. Child nutrition assistants are represented by the Minnesota Association of School Employees. MACE is their nickname. And there's 217 employees there working in our school cafeterias. Our community school programmers and early childhood screeners. The programmers work through community ed. Screeners are actually paid out of Fund 1. They do early childhood screening in the district. And they're represented by Education Minnesota. It's a small group of just 9 employees. The principals, are principals and assistant principals, represented by the Anoka-Hennepin Elementary and Secondary Principals Association, have 126 members, so that's one of our larger groups that we're dealing with. We also have school office supervisors who oversee the office staff in all of our buildings, so there's 42 members of that group that again is a supervisory group. Special education administrators are also a supervisory group, and they represent our we have 15 special ed administrators who work throughout the district, most of them assigned to more than one building. And then finally, our last group are our technical specialists, which is primarily our print shop employees, but it also includes some other technical specialists at the Education Service Center that are located in the warehouse or special education. And that group just has 14 employees.
And so again, this is a status update for the board and the community. We will continue to provide regular updates at upcoming business meetings. We also will begin to update our negotiations website on our school district our negotiations webpage on our on our school district website. And so with that, we are open to any questions or comments that the board may have.
Members, any questions for our presenters or comments? Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Our next agenda item is 11, Finance, the preliminary FY26 proposed budget for all funds. We welcome Michelle Vargas, Chief Financial Officer. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair DeShane, members of the board, Superintendent McIntyre. I am here tonight as part of our budget approval process to present the full proposed budget for fiscal year '26. As we look at this budget, I've been presenting on the general fund the past few times. That is unchanged. Through our timeline that you can see, we are waiting for the legislative session to end. Today is the last day. Doesn't look like we will have an answer today at this point. So any changes that are made between now and then the final June approval, I will update in the budget. There's a couple of things that are out there hanging we can discuss at the end if you have questions. But at this point in time, we don't have any changes from the last time when I go through the general fund. So where we are at tonight is presenting all funds. So this will be Child Nutrition Fund, our Community Education Fund, our Debt Service Fund, and our Trust Fund. We do have some slides on our Capital Projects Fund, but it's pretty much done. So it's just showing the change from last year to this year. So our proposed budget for all funds is a $746 million revenue and $775 million expenditure budget. Revenues are increasing by 1.1%, and expenditures are increasing by 2.2%. And we will go through each fund individually, and I will stop to give time for questions at the end of each one. So our general fund, our assumptions are the same assumptions we've been looking at. We're looking at a revenue increase of 8.9%, or 8.9 million, 1.3%. It is based on the levy that you adopted in December that had a decrease of 2.8 million, which was primarily due to our pupil unit decline. Our state funding is increasing by 5.2 million, the general education revenue. That is due to the increase, the CPI of 2.74% on our general education aid, which is an increase of $200 per adjusted pupil unit. We do have a projected decrease of 450 pupil units, so we have a 1.1% decrease that's offsetting the full increase compared to current. For special education revenue reimbursement, we're projecting a 6.9 million increase. So that is the reimbursement based on this year's increase in revenue, our expenditures. It's a reimbursement base, but it is 1 year behind when we get the revenue. We also have the 1.3 million increase for student support personnel revenue. So this is the second year of that, third year actually of it, where it gets up to $2 million. So it increases from 700,000 now to 2 million in order to keep that staffing increases in our social workers and counselors over what we had pre-COVID is what it is to fund any increases or adding staff. The other is our decrease in our unemployment revenue. At this point in time, the unemployment revenue will expire, and that is a $2.1 million decrease in that funding source unless the legislature makes some changes to continue to fund that. There's a $212,000 increase in the transfer amount. The transfer amount is the adjustment that we make in order to gain the full subsidy that will come to us in fiscal year '27 for our English learners revenue. We're also projected to maintain our current level of local, state, categorical, and federal revenue, and we are assuming our investment income will stay stable. At this point in time, our cash balances and our interest rates is basically variable, so that can be adjusted at any time. As you look at it, then all of those assumptions put into our revenues based on the funding source. You can see we have a $2.8 million reduction in property tax with the basic formula increase and the SPED increase and the loss of the Unemployment aid, we're at $11.4 million. Our other local revenue, that's the $120,000 as part of our budget reductions that we will save from community ed. Community ed kept the money for the facility rentals, for operational, and they gave it back to us. And then our transfers, that's the EL transfer of the $211,000. On the expenditure side, the projection is 18.6 million increase, or 2.7%. It's the net effect of projecting salary increases of 2.5% on average and benefits of 5%. That amount is $14 million. And then we net out some of the reductions in that we have 10 FTE. We are reducing 26 based on enrollment, so our straight ratios with the elementary ratio, middle school and high school ratio, based on where we staffed last year to this year on enrollment, because last year we were under enrollment for projections, and then we are projecting a loss next year that results in 26 less FTE than in the current enrollment. We do also project a 16 FTE increase for our special ed population based on IEPs and needs. There's a $2.2 million increase for the second year of the paraeducator and office professional contracts that were approved. And then our $10.3 million for charter transportation and utilities. Pretty much $10 million of that's transportation, the $300,000 is utilities based on the approved contract. There is $900,000 increase for the Minnesota Paid Leave Act that will go into effect on January 1st. So that's 0.44% of your payroll. Tax as that goes on. There's an employer portion, and then there will be an employee portion for the 0.44% for half the year. Next year, the following year, it'll be the full year. So there will be another $900,000 increase in the 27 budget. We have an increase for our athletic trainer contract of $325,000. We have athletic trainers at all 5 of our high schools. And then the transfer side of the expenditure side, that offsets of $212,000 for our English learner cross-subsidy. Also included in all of this is the $9 million Phase 2 budget reductions. So those were the ones that were approved back on November 25th. Within there, just to remind you, there was district-wide staff and non-staff of $4.9 million. The district-wide administration reduction of $1.2 million. And then the realignment items were the child nutrition chargeback that we do based on supervision in the cafeteria was a $400,000 decrease in expenditure, so increase in overall funding for us. Technology staff was realigned by $400,000, moving staff into the technology levy based on the increased levy amount. Community education revenue, that was $120,000 that we saw increase in our revenue by retaining the facility rental, and then the student support aid realignment of $2 million. Recognizing, we hadn't recognized it in the current fiscal year, so it's a $2 million, of which $1 million was already being realized this year. We'll net that out. There's also the fund balance transfer that was approved to end the strategic investment after the fiscal year. So we have one more year of that strategic investment, and then the 4th year is being moved back into the unassigned account from the strategic investment set aside. So looking at the expenditures based on that, with all of the increases assumed by salary and benefits, and then the offsets of our reductions, we're looking at salaries of 1.8%, benefits at 2.2%. That's a little bit higher because of that Minnesota Paid Leave Act. That's where that is going to be. Purchase services of $9.5 million. That's the $10 million in transportation. Part of Phase 2 had $500,000 projected in transportation reductions due to some bell changes and reduction in routes. Supplies, the $1.3 million. That has to do with some of the technology transfers in that area to, we're going to reduce supplies that we're spending and then move into salaries, those benefits. That's the realignment. And then the capital and other is also a shift for the capital. Transfers, 211 is equal to the revenue in order to that offset. So overall, 18.6 million or 2.7%. Again, these are the numbers that we've been sharing in the past. the past 2 times, noting that, can we go to the next slide? You want to go on that side? Okay, go
Director
ahead.
Simon?
Michelle, you had mentioned purchase services, you mentioned transportation. What else is in purchase services?
In overall purchase services, transportation is the largest portion of it, but it would be any contracts that we have. So we have contracted staff, our special ed staffing, we've increased that significantly. It would be our PSEO contracts, we pay that, so tuition. We have contracts where we direct pay to North Hennepin and Anoka-Ramsey. So rather than letting it go through the state, we get all of the revenue for the students going there, and then we pay a per credit amount, and by that, we generate all the revenue, our referendum revenue and all the restricted revenue on it. That would be the majority of it, miscellaneous service contracts, mileage, professional development, any of those services that we're paying for.
And then one last follow-up. So the special ed staff that you talked about, is that what you and I were talking about where we have special ed openings and can't fill them, so we have to contract out our legal obligations for special ed and use contracts from organizations or whatever?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
We contract out positions in order, when they can't be filled on postings, in order to
Got it.
make sure we meet requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So looking at this, we've been talking about what is the net effect. So with all those changes that we just reviewed, the 8.9 million increases in revenues and 18.6 million increases in expenses, it's a $26 million operating deficit, of which 9.4 million is part of our strategic investments. So those are assigned accounts, planned spend down. So our net operating deficit is 16.7 million, which we've been talking about, would be, if this remains, the starting target, if you just wanted to shore up the budget for fiscal year 27, that would be your starting target for budget reductions. The net effect of this brings our fund balance unassigned down to 45.9 million. That assumes everything that we've assumed in fiscal year 25 happens exactly as planned. There could be additional revenue, additional expenditures, but that's still to come. But we are looking at an 8.3% fund balance. We strive to be at 10%, about 1% is 5.5 million, so we're about 9.35 million under that 10% at this time. So looking at this is all of our fund balances. So we always talk, we have assigned, which we set aside for different reasons. Some are strategic investments, some are separation benefits. But those items were on the far right operating balance. Those are the one-time spend that add up to that 9.425 million. The project Lead the Way that we set aside for replacement of technology aligned to that program that requires more updates more timely than we do most of our other updates. The strategic investments of the 8.29 million, that includes the 5 million in strategic investment for that will sunset, and then the rest of it is textbooks within that. And then with 970,000 left within our capital infrastructure area. In our restricted area, the one area, one thing that's still left in the legislature is our basic skills. We've talked about comp ed. There is not a hold harmless that we know of yet, so there's the potential that I was projecting it to come, so we are still sitting at 35 million. As you can see, we are projecting in our basic skills to have a $14 million reserve fund balance. So if we do not get a hold harmless for that 3.8 million, we will still be able to fund the full expenditures for a year or two, as we look at it. But otherwise, overall, as you can see, when we look at our restricted, what we bring in is what you plan to spend. There's still some items within their long-term facilities. They can run a negative balance because they know that you have multiple years to bring it up. So there is a plan when they do that, how they're going to catch that up. The same thing is done for the tech levy. The tech levy can run a negative because timing of tech purchases aren't exactly level. We had that very large wired wireless that happened. We've had some very large purchases of equipment in order to replace devices. And with projected tariffs and some of it was accelerated in order to get pricing. So, and that's all allowable from that standpoint. So as you can see, this shows an operating balance of the negative 26 million. 16.7 million is that unassigned that we're talking about of what the planned spend down is for this year without any changes. As we said earlier, the legislature is not done. There's a lot of ins and outs right now projected. Just the House had passed a bill. That bill had unemployment funded through 2028. So that would be net revenue, adding back that 2 million. The ins and outs of the different areas was actually about a $300,000 loss for us at that point. So there wasn't really new money other than the UI that would be funded for a few more years. And that was the House. The Senate hasn't finished theirs yet, last that I've seen. So that's kind of what we're waiting on at this point for that. So based on any changes that happen, again, I will bring those back and implement them into this budget for final approval. Any other questions or open it up for general fund before we move on?
Director Audette?
Thank you. I had a question. The previous slide, you listed out that there's an operating deficit of just over 26 million for 25-26, and then that'll be reduced by 9.4 million from strategic investment. So then that lands us at about 16.8.
For operating, yep.
If everything stayed the same for 26-27, we'd still, and we reduced the 16.8, we would then carry over an operating deficit of about 9.4?
No, the 9.4, that will, next year, the spend is going to change because some of those are gone and been spent. So that's one-time spending of the unassigned fund accounts. So that amount will just be what's left for tuition, or not tuition, textbooks. And it still would be adjusted to what an operating is, because that's a planned spend down of a different fund balance. It's not coming out of your unassigned. And it goes away. None of those are ongoing expenditures. They're set aside, and then once they're done. So they're not spending.
I see. So it's effectively, part of that is above the line? And then you're just taking it
Right,
out?
the total, you're just taking the total, but then we take
Okay,
that
that's
out to say,
important.
this is really our operating deficit is the 16.7.
Okay, that's super important. So then if we reduce by the 16.7, we would effectively be balanced, and as far as we know, we would be balanced into the future.
Other than
as well.
some roll-up costs or if something changes in revenue. Yep,
Yeah, but I mean, in a normal situation,
right,
we
in
would
a
probably
normal
balance
situation,
it out
right.
to there and said we were good.
Right, yes.
So that's the delta.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Director Simon?
I remember a conversation, and I may have completely misunderstood it, but I thought you were talking about the legislature was looking at maybe some of these restricted fund balances, letting us do a one-time transfer. Did I hear that right, or?
There was a bill out there. I
Oh,
don't
that's in
know
the
that it's made it into the omnibus bill. There was a bill that would allow for transfers. It wasn't specific as to which ones specifically, if it was just within the general fund, reserved accounts, or if it included the child nutrition fund. Or during COVID, we offset a negative fund balance. We transferred into food service, but at this point, it's not in there.
That's, when we've been at the legislature, that's been the area of most discussion, and usually a one-time, we tend to carry, most districts are carrying pretty healthy fund balances in child nutrition. So it's kind of it's not a long-term solution, and they're still negotiating. I mean, we're probably still negotiating right now at 9 o'clock. So that's still been in the conversation, Director Simon, but I'm not sure. It could be a small piece of a one-year bridge to something, should they let districts do that. Some would suggest maybe still maintaining a criteria for fund balance in those accounts. So if a district had 30% fund balance, you still had to maintain 10%, something like that, right? But we've not heard much about this in the last couple of weeks. I think it's still in place somewhere, but I'm not sure it has a lot of traction.
thanks. I was just thinking of it, if they did allow that flexibility, I think allowing flexibility at this time would be good, right? So if they allow that, it's a one-time transfer, one-time money, but it could help. We have a $10 million gap to get up to 10% fund balance. So anything could help that 8.3 get nearer 10%, which is, I think, what this board wants. So that's how I was thinking of it, not as it's offsetting the $16.7 million. So, okay, thanks.
Director Audette?
I have a couple additional thoughts. It's related specific to the general fund, so I think I'll raise them now.
Okay.
And it gets to that task to cut 16.7 million, which if you just do it in rough terms, it's going to be somewhere between 100 and, I think the way we had it set up before, in our phase 2, 160 to 170 teachers is the way that was laid out. And I do not accept that we need to do that. And, we definitely need to cut the $16.8 million, but I've been speaking about, I didn't use the term zero-based budgeting, but I've been speaking about a bottoms-up approach to this, which just brings a level of transparency to budgeting. It is generally called zero-based budgeting. It's pretty common. I know you're familiar with it. It's pretty common in government and a number of sectors, actually, private sector too. The basic concept, though, is you start every year with nothing is approved, and you basically have to add things in from the bottom up. So if I were to propose it in our school system, in really simple terms, how I might look at that is, you look at what I'm going to call the basic building blocks of what it takes to operate a school, and just in basic, right? You need teachers, you need a principal, you need food service, you need maintenance, building and grounds, you need at least one person administrative in the office, you need a nurse, and you need busing. You probably need a few other things, but I'm just talking about a very simple and basic model of a school. If I apply that to a district office, you need a superintendent, you need payroll and accounting, you need human resources, you need building and grounds. So the point is you break this down into sort of a basic setup, and my proposal would be you do that so we could sort of say, this is kind of like minimum of what it would take to operate the school. But my key thing is you put teachers in first, not last. You put them in first because we're a school. So you have to break these things down into really small, I think pretty small, very transparent buckets like I described. So for example, if you look at the number of principals, it should equal the number of schools you have. If you look at the number of teachers, roughly, you could do the math. You could say, if we have X thousand kids, and we have a desired class size of, Y, you just do that math. That's how many teachers we need in order to maintain that class size. Very simple, broken down things that anybody could look at and say, okay, I follow that math. I understand where that comes from. And then from there, you start layering in additional things. Suppose you say, I can't get by with just a principal. I need an assistant principal in. Do I need it in every school? How much does it cost to put an assistant principal in every school? And you just go up from there. And the transparency that brings about helps us to be able to see, hey, exactly where are all of the dollars going? And it allows you to prioritize, prioritize things. So to reach the conclusion that we did before, that we have to cut 160 teachers is, in my opinion, remains a matter of prioritization. It clearly is. So I don't accept it yet, and I would like to see us look at this in a different way so that we could go after a different outcome.
Co-Chair Arco?
I know last year, the question of a referendum was proposed and discussed, and we ultimately didn't go with one. If this board did zero-based budgeting, I would be very open to the idea of doing a referendum.
Are we ready to move on to the food service fund, or are there further questions? Director Lingenfeld.
I think what you're proposing is a budget reduction strategy, and so I don't know that I have the answer, but I'd be curious to understand what's been used in the past and how the approach has been. And to your point, there is a zero base and how you frame that and those kinds of things, but there's also some different strategies that school districts have used over time, and ours looked a little bit different than zero, but it was very transparent and afforded some autonomy in schools, affording the principals some autonomy as well, rather than a top-down. So there's some play in that as well. I'm understanding what you're saying, and I think that I would also offer within that framework, it's really important that we hear out our leaders in our schools too, in terms of what they need. But I'm open to understanding what the budget reduction strategy would be, so our public is whatever that looks like from your leadership, Superintendent McIntyre. So.
Superintendent?
Just a comment. So on our June 9th board, our work session, that's the opportunity for this board to discuss and review on things you'd like to see, either continue with phase 3 that we maybe did in phase 2, or things you'd like to change. So we'll dig into getting the board's feedback on how to make adjustments, or, the things you'd like to see in that next process. So we've said, even though we're talking about next year's budget right now, that's just sometimes set aside for that window of time that gets to the November decision-making.
Director Arco, or Audette, apologies.
Yeah. So I just have a question to clarify that then. Because, how are you envisioning the budget process playing out? Is it that we pass a budget and then we make the reductions after that?
You've already made the reductions for this coming school year, so.
Yeah, I'm talking about the next
This
one.
summer, we would, once we get past adopting next year's budget in next month, then we begin the process for your decision come fall before we get into staffing like previously.
Yeah. So the budget we will approve in June will be 25, 26.
Correct.
And that's the one that we've already reduced. So
Right,
that's
last
the one.
November.
So
Yep.
it will be the follow-on.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. And then you'd act, in theory, you'd act again in November for the following school
Yep.
year to do that ahead of our staffing.
So we'll have some
process.
time to look at that.
Yeah, but as we build that, I want early feedback on what this board would like to see and what you'd like to see changed as we look at that process launching in the summer.
Yeah.
Once we get past the next year's budget adoption.
That's good. So you have my
Yeah.
feedback now.
Yeah.
I
I don't want
do
you to-
not want the big, huge, massive chunks that we could not possibly understand, and a message that was, we've already cut everything we can cut. I want to see it line by line, so we can have a look and decide, do we value that or not?
And I'm asking all the board members to give that feedback. We're going to need direction, hopefully consensus or a majority of the board giving clear direction on how you want that process to go. And we learned a lot from the last phase 1 and phase 2, right? So I know you have all different thoughts on it.
Director
So I'm
Hope.
not asking you to do that tonight. I'm just saying there's time set aside in the future for that.
Thank you. Yeah, just want to make certain that as we look at this big process, that we make certain that we keep the students at the center, ensuring that they're getting the learning opportunities they need is key, and having transparency so we can make wise decisions to include all the important pieces that are fundamental for children to learn. So making certain that we have students over systems.
Director Simon?
Thanks, Casey. Corey, kind of just follow up to what you said, and I'm not asking you tonight, but maybe think about the capacity, because I think that there can be a general process for the board, and then if an individual board member needs to see something, that should be accommodated. I know there might be capacity issues with that, but I would just say that, share that with us if that's true. Otherwise, I think even if it's, each board member has to come to their individual decision, and they may need information in a different way than the full board to do that. So I'm supportive of each individual board member, getting what they need.
And often that individual question is one that helps all of you. So many times you see me do that a lot. This is a question or a request or something that everyone would benefit from, and we try really hard to do that.
All right, I think we're ready to move on to food service fund. Thank you.
So for our child nutrition fund, our food service fund, we are looking at a proposed revenue budget of $26.9 million. It is a decrease of $2.6 million, or 9%. Basically, across the board, it's just what we're seeing is projected reduced participation as some of the guidelines for sugar and salt are changing, and they're experiencing a loss in participation just in the free lunches. It's starting to wear off, is what we're hearing from our child nutrition director. So they are projecting a 4.5% reduced for our state revenue, 5.5% in federal. They're not anticipating any additional. There's generally an increase in some of the reimbursement rates of federal, so they're not anticipating that. And then they're also projecting a decrease in a la carte sales of 1.4 million. On the expenditure side, there's an increase of 1.25 million, or 4.2%. They're looking at projected salaries and benefit increases for their open contracts at $773,000. There is a decrease in their purchase service just due to a discontinuation of contracted staff. So they were another area that was having problems filling positions, so they were working with the contractor for some contracted staff that they will no longer do next year. There is a 1.9 million increase in supplies due to projected higher food and milk costs for the projected meal served. And then there's a 1.1 million decrease in equipment purchases. So that increased fund balance that had grown due to the free meals and some of the COVID, they've been spending that down, doing a bunch of upgrades in coolers and freezers. So as they've spent that down through this upcoming year, they will reduce that amount. So as you look at revenues and expenditures, they have an operating deficit of 3.8 million. Again, that is a planned spend down with a bunch of the upgrades that they're doing in many buildings, getting down to more of a, about a 30% fund balance. Within the terms, child nutrition funds are supposed to not carry more than a three-month fund balance of operating expenditure. So they'll be in that range after this year at the 28.5%. Our next fund is our community service fund. So this is our before, after school, adult enrichment, and community school offerings. Their revenue is projected to increase by 1.4 million, or 4.7%. Their state aid is going up $730,000. A portion of that is in our general community ed aid, which is an equalized levy, the portion that we get in aid, just due to our population growth. Adult basic ed is going up $278,000 due to contact hours. That's a contact hour reimbursement. Early learning programs are expected to go up $260,000, which is our growth in our 0 to 4 population. And projected screening accounts. Our homeschool and non-public is expected to increase $43,000 due to the reimbursement rates. And then we have a $7,000 increase in federal ABE due to contact hours also. Continuing on with their revenue, their levy that was adopted in December had a $428,000 increase. The majority of that increase is that school-age care. So that's the after-school Adventures Plus for our students with disabilities. $88,000 increase in the levy for the early childhood family ed. That was part of some of it be the equalization shifting to levy. And then a decrease in our general ed community levy and adults with disabilities levy. There's also an assumption of program revenue for regular miscellaneous programs, increase of $384,000, just due to their fee increases and stable enrollment. So as you can see, overall, looking at our local revenue, that's where you're going to see your fees and your levy increases $693,000. Our state revenue of the $730,000 transfers in the screening part. The screening part for our early childhood is Fund 4. expense, but if they are under for the reimbursement versus our cost, the general fund offsets it. So they're assuming they're going to generate more revenue this year, so that offset from the general fund will be less. Looking at community ed expenditures, there is an increase of 4.2% or 1.3 million. It assumes that 2.5% in wage increases, except where there have already been negotiated increases higher than that. 5% increase on health insurances. They also will have the Minnesota Paid Family Leave Act, since it's based on payroll. So that will be part of their increase. 43,000 is that portion. They have some staffing additions in ABE, early childhood, or early learning coordinator, a cultural liaison, social worker, and adult learning programmer, and some reductions, ECFE, visitor, pre-K teachers. The pre-K teachers are due to some combination with moving of our programs and spaces. They're able to combine our pre-K with our voluntary pre-K that's in our schools and be more efficient with the staffing. And then their community ed director was part of the reductions and offsets where they replaced that with a coordinator. There's also 298,000 increase in their purchase services, and that was just their inflationary increases for vendors, utilities, and transportation. That's largely in their Adventures Plus program with their field trips and all of the things they contract out. Payments to our ABE consortium, we're the consortium for ABE, and then that's our payments going out to the districts that are part of it. 132,000 increase in supply expenditures. The Adventures Plus program, they had reduced it for a couple of years to offset some of the wage increases, and now they're going back up, increasing their supply budgets. And then their technology replacement schedule. Their capital outlay remains consistent and about 0.7% of their total expenditures. So as you can see, looking salaries and benefits, that is the majority of their increase. They're, again, people in front of our learners. Purchase services that we discussed, increases for their field trips, those type of items, and their supply increases. Again, 1.3 million increase, or 4.2%. Just looking at their operating revenues and expenditures. Can we go to the next slide, please? You can see that they have an operating deficit of 99,000, almost 100,000. They're operating in that 30% area of fund balance, which is consistent where it is common for a primarily fee-based program. So very consistent programming in that $30 to $31 million range for their operations. Our next one, this is the capital projects one that I referred to. There really isn't anything going on this year because we will be done with the Fit for the Future. We are in the process of getting back our last escrow account. It is fully expended. So expenditures are decreasing because there won't be any by 4.2 million. Let's go to the next slide. As you can see, we will fully spend at the end of fiscal year 25 our full bond proceeds, and we will no longer have anything in there until there is another bond, or if we were to have any of our LTFM projects over 2 million, then we have to track them in the capital projects fund. So at this point in time, it's just comparison to last year of where we're at, and we will not have any expenditures or revenue in it. Our debt service fund, this is where all of our debt is calculated for our just principal and interest payments. The revenue is decreasing by $252,000 due to the increase in debt excess. If our fund balance gets too high, because we levy 105% of our total principal and interest payments in order to pay for the costs for our trustee. U.S. Bank manages our bonds, so we have those expenses. They reduce that revenue amount to bring down your fund balance. Expenditures are unchanged. Our principal and interest are expected to be, based on the schedules, the same. Our fund balance will be 3.6 million. So as you can see, we have 15.2 million in revenues and 15.4 million in expenditures, 242,000 operating deficit, and we remain with 3.6 million Fund balance, 23.5%. As part of our debt policy, which is part of our bond rating, and what we're required to show is just to show you a debt summary at this annual presentation. We currently have a principal balance starting next fiscal year, $223 million. Our scheduled payments for principal are $7.7 million, so that $15 million on the previous slide of our expenses, $7.7 million is principal, the rest of it is interest. We will have a principal balance of $215.8 million at the end of fiscal year '26. The other part of our required reporting out is our legal debt limit. Our legal debt limit at July 1st, 2025 is 15% of our market value. The market value is $5.3 billion. So when you take the $208 million in debt, OPEB does not count against this. Our legal debt limit is $5.1 billion. So that is the amount that you would be able to bond to if it was approved by voters. But it's our legal debt limit. Our trust fund is our last fund. This is our OPEB trust. We use this trust fund to offset the implicit rate of our employee benefits for health insurance. By statute, we talk about this every year, by statute, retirees are able to stay on our fund as active employees at the active rate. The difference between their premiums and their actual cost, because we're self-insured, is what is considered the implicit rate. Generally, older staff could be rated higher or that they're not within that based on statute. So last year, we had over $2 million in that amount. That was the retirees in excess of their premiums. We are anticipating revenue increase to $2 million. We had over $2.9 million in investment earnings last year, so we're upping our anticipated market gain to $2 million. Our expenditures then, because we are at $2 million for expenditures last year, we assume they'll be about the same. Our projected fund balance to remain stable then at $36.9 million. As we look at that, we've maintained that fund balance. The original amount that was, the bonds was $26.9 million. So we've grown it to $36.9 million since inception. That was, the bonds were sold in October of 2009. And during that time, we've been able to offset our operating expenses in the general fund each year by that implicit rate while maintaining the increases within that. You get every other year, the actuaries come and they show us what our funding is based on the actuarial analysis. We've been more than fully funded for 10 years from that standpoint. So it's something that offsets our costs in our general. It's the transfer that comes out of that goes in and offsets our health insurance in the general fund, the premiums. So for tonight, this is a presentation. I will be back then June 23rd for final approval. At that point in time, again, I will update any changes that are made in the legislature for funding, anything that comes to it. But what we are looking at, again, is an $8.5 million increase in revenues, a $746 million revenue budget, and a $775 million expenditure budget of an increase of about $17.2 million or 2.2%. And I will open it up for any other questions or comments.
Board, any further discussion or questions for Michelle Vargas? Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Board, our next agenda item is 11, General Counsel, 721.0, Purchasing Procurement Policy, first read. We have a set of a couple policies here. Yes, Director Lingenfeld.
I don't know if it's appropriate. Can we reorg your presentation? Because I know we have two principals that have to get up really early tomorrow morning.
I think that's an excellent idea if we can.
Well, you're the legal people, and I don't know how that works.
Are you asking just to reorder the order that we do the policies in?
Yeah.
I think that's fine. Members, is there any other thoughts?
Is there a problem?
Okay. Yeah.
So are we saying we're going to start with the phone?
Yes. Is that all right? Yeah? Okay. Please join us. I'm going to amend what I just said. We're going to start with 11C, Policy 507, the new cell phone policy, first read. We welcome Tim Palmetier, General Counsel, Mike Farley, the principal of Anoka High School, and Tim Fine, the principal of Andover High School. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Co-Chair DeShane, Superintendent McIntyre, and board members. We're actually before you for a second time talking about the cell phone policy. If you recall, in February of this school year, we actually had a work session where we discussed this. After that work session, I think there was largely agreement on most portions of the cell phone policy. The significant question that came up was whether or not the cell phone policy, at least as it relates to the high school level, needed to be more robust. So we went back down to policy. We had conversations about that in a policy committee meeting. Principal Fine and Principal Farley joined us, provided some feedback, and we continue to have some ongoing discussions. Based on our input, not just from the two principals that are here before you today, but also in reaching out to their colleagues, conversations that I've had, conversations that each of these individuals have had with different principals, we do come back with a recommendation. We did have a slight potential proposed modification. I know that there was some really good conversation between the board members that sit on policies, so we certainly wanted to honor those discussions here tonight and answer any questions in front of the full board. And I will have Mr. Farley or Mr. Fine provide any sort of background in terms of recommendations or questions that the board has. I will point out, as it relates to the question at the secondary level, if you notice in the draft policy that's before you tonight, we actually have a highlighted section in there that says other potential suggested language from the policy committee meeting. I think the language strengthens some of the concerns related to cell phone use in the high schools, specifically as it relates to the classrooms. So specifically, it says cell phone use is not permitted in classrooms. It must be powered off in a way unless the teacher has given permission for use for educational purposes. And I can illustrate that a little bit more specifically with respect to some of our specific sites on this issue. But that was the recommendation. So what I will say is that we are before you recommending that we maintain at least a policy that aligns with what we've done in terms of our current practice. What we're hearing from our principals is it is in fact working. We are finding that at least in the classroom setting, the distractions and disruptions have been reduced, the policy is manageable, and as I think the principals that are here with us today can talk about, I mean, when we're getting to students at a high school level, they're young adults, right? And they have different responsibilities, different days to manage, different family responsibilities. And so with that, we can open it up to any questions. I will let Mr. Fine or Mr. Farley also weigh in if you want to provide any background at this point. So we'll take questions.
Okay. Director Audette.
No questions, I have comments. I don't think we were aligned at that work session about it. I definitely for one, requested that we just have an outright ban on cell phones, and I'm still there. So I'm just going to say what I believe our administration lacks the courage to say. Cell phones are negatively impacting student behavior and are a key driver behind it. Academics, and are an important part of disruptions in our classrooms and in our schools generally, and mental health. Our children across society and in our system, constant exposure to phones is unquestionably having an impact on mental health. And it's being recognized all over the world, really. So until we completely remove phones from our school environment, our kids are going to continue to suffer the negative effect of it. It's just a fact. And so we can pass whatever policy you want to now that doesn't do that, but we'll be back again. Might be 5 years from now, might be 10 years from now, and there will continue to be irreparable harm to all the kids who continue to be exposed to it. We need to get it out of our schools so that we can focus on academics, so that we can get behavior under control, mental health. But we just do the easy thing, which is, pacify and allow kids to continue to do it. And because we don't want to face some apparent backlash from parents or kids or otherwise. I really don't get it, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to sit here as a member of the school board and say that anything other than what I know in my heart is best for our kids, and that's to completely remove the phones from the school environment.
Members, are there any other questions for our principals or for Tim Palmetier on the policy?
I have comments.
Co-Chair Arco.
So I'd just like to begin by sharing an interaction or a conversation I had with I believe she was a 30-year veteran teacher in the district recently. She's been here long enough to see, one generation to the next of students come. And I think, as we've discussed at many work sessions and board meetings, we all know that there's plenty of behavioral issues in the district. So I just asked her, I'm like, what have you seen change from one generation to the next? Like, what is the difference? Because you've been here long enough to actually see that transition. And what she threw out there, and she thinks this is farther reaching than just the schools, is essentially phones. She said she'll go to restaurants and see families that, that used to be sitting at tables, talking to each other, kids poking each other, whatever, and now they're all just kind of staring at their screens. There's no conversation, no eye contact. And we've all seen it. We've probably all done it, to be honest. But the most alarming thing that she pointed out, I totally agree with her, by the way, because as I have been accused of otherwise, I do actually trust our teachers. She pointed out that it's not just the increase in behaviors, it's actually that she's noticed that kind of this newer generation of kids is coming in kind of developmentally almost delayed compared to the previous generation, almost like they don't have as many words. They're not socially and emotionally as developed as they used to be before phones were widespread. Phones are simultaneously it's the best invention of the last 100 years and the worst invention of the last 100 years. So funny enough, we just had a very contentious discussion on social emotional learning, and one of the things, actually the thing, I think has the greatest impact on the social emotional needs of students is precisely to not be staring at your phone when you could be interacting with your classmates, could be making eye contact with them, could be having, you could call them micro conversations with them, could be just learning how to be social, but instead, they're gonna stare at their phones because that's what kids do, that's what teenagers do. So I personally think one of the greatest things that we can do for the social emotional needs of our students is to restrict access to their phones while they're in school, obviously accepting emergencies or things like that. So since this whole board just made it very clear how important the social emotional needs of our students are, I would imagine everyone's going to be on board with what I'm about to recommend. So to actually go one step further, I've also heard many times from this board that they love data-driven analyses. So I went ahead and did my own research here. I put out a poll as the Anoka-Hennepin board rep for the Blaine area on the Nextdoor app. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it's like Facebook, except instead of like adding friends, you're just automatically connected with all your neighbors in the area. So in the short, it was only a little over 24 hours that I put out the poll. There's 5 questions, I'll read it to you. I got 350 responses. I'm gonna go ahead and read it right now. I introduced myself, I said, question, to what extent do you support a ban on cell phone use at the high school level? I gave 5 options. 4 of them are kind of predefined. One of them was other, please describe in the comments. So let's really focus on the 4. I gave the 2 extremes. No ban, no rules at all, that's one extreme. Total ban, no cell phones allowed in the building, that's the other extreme. And then moving in from those extremes, I gave 2 more kind of moderate responses that people could choose. One of them was, I described it as classroom use ban, trust students to follow the rules. And then the other end of that is controlled ban, designated storage area for cell phones during school. So people in the Blaine, Coon Rapids, Ham Lake area responded, 350 of them. The number 1 answer coming in with 147 votes and 42% was the controlled ban, designated storage area for cell phones during school. Number 2 was the classroom use ban, trust students to follow the rules at 34% and 120 votes. So the 2 center questions got the majority, which I think is expected. What is more interesting, in my opinion, is if you look at the two extreme ends, the no ban at all or the total ban got 13% or 46 votes. The no ban, no rules at all got 7% or 26 votes. So the total ban actually got about twice as much, almost, of the no ban at all. And so what this data shows, the 350 votes that I pulled in from the community, is that people skew in the direction of they do want some control in place. The majority, actually, over 50%, if you add the controlled ban and the total ban, it's over 50%. They want some kind of district control in place. And I'll also add to that, while it's true, to Director Audette's point, while it is true that the administration has made this recommendation, I have yet to hear a single teacher praise cell phones in any way. The only responses I've heard from teachers are, please get rid of them and take earbuds and smartwatches with them. That's it. So it's very interesting when I hear one message coming from the administration and the other message coming from all of the teachers. So that being said, again, just kind of keeping in line with what I said about being data-driven, I want to bring up something that'll lead into my proposed solution to the board. So there's a book that came out, I don't know when it was, it's fairly recently, I believe, called The Power of Habit by Charles Duhigg. And in that book, he talks about kind of how human behavior works in terms of habit. He makes the claim that about 40% of human behavior is habit-driven, meaning you're not consciously thinking about it when you're doing it. And the way that habits work, he breaks it down into a very simple cycle. There's the cue, the action, and the reward. The cue, the action, the reward. When the cue is present, subconsciously, it drives a person to engage in the action, whatever it is. Come up with a silly example. Say every time you get home from work, the very act of walking into the kitchen makes you look around for a snack. And so because there's always cookies on the counter, you're gonna grab a cookie. So the cue is you walk into the kitchen after getting home from work. The action is you take the cookie. The reward is you eat the cookie. So one way to end a habit is to use self-control, is to use willpower, but those things are emotionally and mentally draining, and they actually do wear out over time. If the longer a person is exerting willpower, the less they can hold on to that as time goes on. What he proposes in his book is you actually remove the cue, amongst other things, for example. If you just remove the cue, the entire habit cycle is disrupted and the person won't engage in that habit. The reason I bring this up is because the currently proposed solution is to essentially still allow students to have their cell phones with them, but that then introduces the problem of they're going to be constantly thinking about the fact that I have this cell phone in my pocket or in my bag, I want to check it, I'm going to go on social media, I want to text people. They'll know they shouldn't, but it's still there and they know they can. So that means their mind is going to go to, how can I go and use this phone? You know, I'm going to use it during passing time. In other words, there's going to be willpower and self-control they have to exert to try to follow the rules. I'm sure many of them will do just fine. But it doesn't change the fact that that temptation is always going to be there. Instead, what I would propose to kind of accommodate what Director Audette is saying, but at least still allow for perhaps some, I don't know, maybe emergency or common sense use of cell phones, is there's actually a company called Yondr, Y-O-N-D-R. Feel free to look it up. Essentially, they make little magnetic phone pouches. You can slide the phone in there, and then there's a station that will magnetically seal the pouch. And essentially, until you go back to that station, you can't open that pouch. So if we were to implement this Yondr solution, which I believe Fox News covered, many districts in the state are actually doing, or many schools, I should say, are doing this, a couple dozen or so, I think they said. Essentially, it would do two things. It would still make students who chose to bring their phones to school responsible for their phones instead of us, because that's a concern that was raised. We don't want to be responsible for their phones. I agree. And then the second component to that is that it would remove the cue, because if they knew that there was no possible way, again, barring emergencies, that they could access their phone because it's sealed inside of a magnetic case, that's still on their person. Okay, well, now they don't have to exert self-control or willpower to not use their phone. It removes even the temptation to use it. So I think it strikes a kind of a happy medium of, if they need to bring their phone into the building, sure, but then this way, this will ensure that they're not actually going to use it. So I just want to throw that out there as a possible recommendation. I kind of wish the administration would have brought this forward as well, because I think it's a very creative solution, certainly worth the money in my opinion. And I think it strikes a happy balance of, it still allows people who want to have their phones have them on them. It removes the responsibility from us. And yeah, so those are my recommendations. And just to circle back to something at the beginning, I agree with Director Audette. I don't think we ever broadly agreed on this policy as it stands right now. I'm a no vote on it.
Yeah, Mr. Fine.
Thank you, Chair DeShane. I think, as we said, we're not differing and saying that there aren't issues with cell phones. Like, there are legit issues with that, and that's why we deal with that every single day. But I think you're painting a perception in a high school that it is just people walking around, not talking to anybody, not getting any education done. I would welcome any of you to come to any of our schools on any day, come in our classrooms and see the good education that's happening, to look in classrooms and not see a single phone out, especially for teachers who are taking it on. Our teachers are doing an amazing job, and they're telling the kids why they don't need to have technology out. We live in a generation of kids right now that need to understand the why before they're going to use that. And when you tell them that, they get it, and then they'll buy into that. And so consistency matters, and we're continuing to work with our staffs on consistency within the classroom to make sure that it isn't interrupting that daily project or the daily progress in the education and learning. I think there's also this perception of kids don't talk to each other in the hallway, all they do is misbehave and that kind of stuff. So I would welcome you to come and see the interactions that our kids are having in the hallway. It is different than when we all went to school. Interaction does involve sometimes social media. It does involve hanging out in a cafeteria, playing a game together, but they are socializing through that. And whether we like it or not, that is some of the ways that they are. So I'm in favor of more control. I'm definitely in favor of a stronger policy within the classroom, but I do have some concerns over that because I also believe that within a school, and I think my counterparts would also agree with this, is like we also have a duty to help kids become digital responsible citizens. If they're gonna thrive in the 21st century, that's part of us partnering with our parents to be able to make sure that kids understand how to use those phones responsibly. They're in a really awkward stage as young adults right now, and we have to be able to continue to work with them. Sometimes we get great partnership from our parents at home, and sometimes we do not, and they're all over the board on what their desire would be as far as a ban and stuff in school, because we deal with every single day parents wondering, I'm not going to support that. My kid, I want to be able to get a hold of them at every single moment of every single day. It's a safety issue, and that. Just dealt with a parent today on the phone regarding that. So there are systems like Yonder. That's a great solution. I would worry about that right now in when we have a how many $1 million budget problem right now in our to be able to spend money on that. Is this the right time to be able to do that? I would also kind of ask a question of like, how do you see that working in a school like Blaine or Champlin when there's 3,200 students and let's say 95% of them are walking in the door within a 20-minute period at the beginning of the day? What does that look like to you to be able to make sure that they are putting them in their appropriate magnetic pouch throughout the day? So it's not that that isn't a solution, but we are in alignment with many of the major school districts across the state right now. We've gone and looked and done research with Edina, Eden Prairie, Wayzata, Mounds View, Elk River District. All of them have very similar policies. Are they perfect? Absolutely not. But if you want to come and look at some of our classrooms, the strategies that we're using are working. I think teachers that are still struggling with that, we continue to work on bringing solutions to them so that it is not a battle for them every day in the classroom. And our concerns about the mental health and all of that are echoed with everything that Director Audette said today. I think we just maybe differ on how we think we need to be able to approach some of that, but I think there is some room in the middle to be able to kind of go through both of that. But I believe that that's our responsibility to help those students with that.
Co-Chair Arco, and then.
So I'm glad you brought that up about the digital citizen thing. I just want to address that. So I agree. People do need to learn how to be good digital citizens. It's part of life now. Phones are never going away. I do think part of that is just learning to put your phone down for 7 hours straight. I think if any individual, adult, teenager, child, if you don't have that ability, you could throw me under the bus for this because I might not even have that ability, that's not a good place to be in. And as part of a working just professional, you need to be able to put your phone down for extended periods of time and not look at it and be okay with that. That is what it means to be a good digital citizen. That's the first thing. The second thing, yeah, Yonder might cost money, but we just punted on an opportunity to save $50,000 plus in perpetuity on crafting our own SEL curriculum. So I don't think the amount of money that Yonder would cost would compare to the amount of money we just chose to pass on saving. My primary concern with the policy, like, I agree, students, but for maybe certain exceptions or whatever, shouldn't be allowed to use cell phones in class. It lacks the specific enforcement mechanism, and this is where everything falls through the cracks. How are you actually gonna do this? And again, all of the feedback from teachers says, it just tells me otherwise, that this isn't working, we need a solution to this. It's very mixed success, and I think it would be better if we implemented something like Yonder.
Director Audette.
Yep. To this issue of teaching kids to be responsible digital citizens, I know not a single adult who is. I deal with it as an employer. I've coached grown men and women, 50, 60 years old. Put your phone away. We're in a meeting. I see my employees constantly sitting at their desk on the stupid thing. I see people out there doing it right now. I would be doing it right now. But I do have the self-control to put it in my pocket during these meetings. I never take it out. But I'm no good at it either. The difference between all of the adults doing that and kids is they're not forming their brains. They're not trying to be educated. So we take what we all know is essentially like the most addictive thing we have, and we stick it in our classroom. It's crazy. We'd stick it in our school. We watch kids film each other doing stupid things that they shouldn't be filming each other doing, and they ruin their lives. They hurt their lives. They hurt each other over it. We watch them use it to start fights, to record fights, despite the fact that we have a policy against it. It's just too much of a, I don't know, of a temptation. So there comes a point when you have to just rise above that and say, well, if anybody in the society is gonna stand up and tell kids and parents what they don't want to hear the most, it should be somebody like the school system, school board. And I just am amazed that we all know it. Everybody knows it. But for some reason, we just don't want to do it. It's sad because our kids really are hurting because of this. And I think everybody knows it. It's just, I'm trying, if anything else, if I can convince people to pause for a moment and make the realization and stop telling ourselves as adults we've got reasons they need it, like emergencies and jobs and everything else. We're just telling ourselves that because it's easy. But they don't need it. It's sad.
Mr. Farley.
And I don't think I think for the most part, we're in agreement that the cell phones aren't helping in a lot of different ways with anxiety, depression. At the session, I believe I handed out to both of you things that we've sent out to our parents, along with a letter that I sent out the last 3 years. Is it perfect? No. Are we getting better? I think so. Board Member Hoekman, you've been in my building many times. I don't believe that you've said to me this is out of control and phones are everywhere. I don't believe that that statement's been made to me. Dr. Langenfeld, you were around 15 years ago when we had a total ban. At the high school level, it was unbelievable having to deal with it, where we had individuals getting frustrated, grabbing phones from kids, and we've had this conversation about liabilities and whose property that belongs to. We're always looking for better ways to do things. The Yonder thing, we looked that up 3 years ago. For us, it wasn't cost effective. We didn't know how we would pay for it. Principals are willing to pilot things. We're willing to do things that will help, but we're saying that we don't know how we would manage an all-out ban. And that, for us, means hallways and lunchroom. We had it 15 years ago. You remember, it was pretty bad. And when we're being asked, and our prime responsibility is, you've said this, education of kids. I don't know when I would get into a classroom to work with some of our younger teachers to bring them along if all I'm dealing with is cell phones every single day. It's just a reality. So we're not saying that it's perfect. We're open to ideas. But like my colleague said, come to our buildings. I mean, I go back to sometimes when people get frustrated and say, everyone or everybody. That's not a true statement. There's no everybody and everyone. I don't believe anybody can ever say that. 98% of our kids are doing the right things. I keep saying that over and over.
Thank you. Coach Erica, did you have something? Okay.
Yeah, a couple things. So the saddest part about that is if lunch is really where they're using it, lunch is where all of the casual conversations are supposed to happen and the friendships are formed and the table talk happens. So that kind of breaks my heart. So what's interesting about what you're describing is if I just grant everything you just said, and I will, then yonder shouldn't be a problem. Because if 98% of students aren't doing it anyways, then just slide it in the pouch and you're good to go. And this is what I get to. It seems like the part that no one wants to say out loud is, let's just run with what you said, there's a 2%. So a 2% of students that will cause a problem with this, that are problematic. And the way this policy is written, it doesn't address that 2%. And it's just going to continue to let all of that fall through the cracks. And this is why I want something specific in place, like a mechanism, not just an idea, not a philosophy we stand on. We need that. But I want a mechanism in place that we can stand on. Like, I'm using it as an example. Maybe there's something better. You can use yonder. And then to the extent that that doesn't work, I know this is wildly unpopular. Nobody ever wants to consider this, but I keep going back to it. We don't make our teachers and our principals address student behaviors. We make the parents of those students address student behaviors. Put the onus of responsibility to follow our rules onto the parents as it should be. The district is not mommy and daddy. We should not be playing the role of mommy and daddy. Make parents have their kids follow the policy.
So just a couple comments from me. I just think first we have to acknowledge, as a part of this conversation, we just have to acknowledge schools don't give kids cell phones. Anoka-Hennepin does not give students cell phones. Students are coming into our schools with phones that were provided by their parents and families. That's just like the base level, an important piece. Nobody disagrees that there are challenges created by cell phones. I totally hear you, Director Audette, and agree that they are problematic in society at large for our young people. Right now in Anoka-Hennepin, we already have off and away all day for K-8. So that's a big majority of our students. I'm in a lot of the elementary schools, I'm in the middle school often. The phones are off and away all day. They're sitting at lunch, they're in the passing times. Our students have figured out how to do this. It's working. When we think of high school students, right now, we have a mechanism like designated storage. All the classrooms I've been in have options like the hanging pouches, the pockets. Those are being used, I think, broadly. I'm sure, and we're hearing from some teachers, that they're not using them yet. I think that's coaching, professional development, further discussion, and further support, right? If our policy becomes tighter, we can use that in those coaching and professional development opportunities. We can use that in discussion with parents and students on how they can become better school citizens, following the rules, that whole thing. I just quickly looked up yonder, and the approximate cost for a phone pouch is about $30 a student. So if we say 38,000 students in our district, that's $1.4 million. That's a lot different than the math you were doing on SEL to say $50,000. Just an important number to put out there in this conversation. Could it be a solution? Sure. Is it a necessary, cost-effective solution? I don't know. I think that what we're hearing from our principals and what we've heard in the discussions we've had, and this is actually why we're here again and why we have the principals here. Zach and I were in the policy committee meeting with them. We had continued these discussions, and we said we want the whole board to be able to be a part of this discussion, to ask questions of our principals and provide this type of input. So I don't think there was never a perception that this first draft of the policy was something that was like agreed upon at a work session. So I just want to clear that up too. This was just a draft to start the conversation so that we could bring in our principals and get this conversation rolling amongst the board. So then we could land at a revision that would get majority support from those around this table. I think we are seeing examples, and I'm in at least monthly, more than that usually, at passing times in our high schools. There's not the kids are not sitting like this, all the kids in the passing time hallway. A few, maybe, sure, but there's talking, there's, hey, which one of us is going to which room after for this club, and oh, I got to stop in so-and-so, Mr. So-and-so's classroom to grab this thing first. I mean, they're very interactive, and they're on a mission. I know a lot of us were in one of the middle schools at a passing time recently, and these kids are just like rolling through there, getting to where they have to go. It is working. I don't want us to forget that. The few instances that we hear about are real, and they are happening, and there is bullying that happens outside of school mainly, that then crosses back over into school. We don't give kids phones. We do have an obligation and a duty to protect the learning environment day, and I think that this is a really healthy conversation for us to keep having and to keep getting input on so that we can land somewhere that does right by students. So I just wanted to offer that. Co-Chair Arco.
So I'm noticing a reoccurring theme now in our ongoing discussions on just about everything is we care about money when it serves our purpose and we don't care about money when it doesn't. But just to clarify some money comment you made, we're only talking about high schools, which is about a third of our students. So you can cut that number into thirds. So let's say round it to $350,000. I would happily spend that out of our fund balance to pay for something like that because of how much of a difference I think it would make. So I think it is worth the cost, and the cost is not nearly as high as you said it was. Second, there are other things that are banned. You said we don't give students cell phones. Of course we don't. There are other things that we don't give students that are banned that we do enforce. So if we can do it with that, why don't we do it with this? Especially when we have a solution like Yonder, which would probably work.
Quick comment,
Go ahead.
those things that are banned though are legal for kids to have in a school, things like drugs and weapons.
Yeah, but the principle remains, they're banned and we enforce. So we can is the point.
Director Hoekman.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here, and this is a really important thing. You're absolutely right. When you walk around the schools, what you've observed, what you're pointing to, the schools are fantastic. Really happy to see the kids interacting with each other as well as they do. My concern is the classroom. School is a place for learning. They've got to have their attention there 100% of the time. You stray from that attention, the focus of what you're supposed to be doing, engaged in learning, then you're not learning. And it is so easy to take that phone and to be deceptive and to keep it away from the teacher, especially in the classrooms, in the way that they're presented with these large kids. Sadly, our classrooms don't have as much space as we would like. Hard for the teachers to maneuver and make certain that the kids aren't on there. I'm a classroom teacher. I do what I can to make certain that the kids are not on their phones, but it happens. We have to put every tool that we can at the disposal of our teachers to make certain that those kids are focused on learning. As this policy reads right now, phones must be powered off and away unless the teacher has permission to use for education. That should not be there, for one thing. There is no reason whatsoever at any point that a student should be using the phone, which all students don't even have. To your point, it's provided by parents. Some may have it, some may not. The phone shouldn't be used in the classroom at all for any reason. It should be gone. I fully understand the management of this system. How do we actually keep the phones out of the classroom? It's a challenging thing. We've got to simply say they can't be there. Right now, you had pointed out teachers who are taking it on are doing a great job. We can't have that. We can't say that this is the teacher's responsibility. Learning is too important. We have to have the courage to take action to make certain that we're giving every teacher the opportunity to give their students a great learning environment.
Director Simon.
Thanks, Casey. Just a couple quick comments. A comment was made that administration brought this forward, so I used to be on the policy committee. I gave that up so other new board members could be on that. Administration doesn't bring policy forward. The board brings policy forward. So I'm not sure, at least when I was on the policy committee, I would not have, I don't believe this is brought forward by administration, but I wouldn't have stand for that, and I would encourage board members on that committee that this is a board policy. This is not an administrative policy. Certainly, we utilize our experts. We have our building experts here for advice, but policy is the board venue. The second thing is, it is not reasonable in my mind to create a policy that our building experts, the people who manage these buildings say that, at least right now, they can't do, or logistically it doesn't work. We've had I agree with what was said about cell phones. I agree with what Linda said. Should absolutely, I think, not be in classrooms at the very least. I know that we have done pilots. Well, I know of one pilot at Coon Rapids High School where in the classroom, that each table, group table, whatever, had, I'm not going to give it exactly, but had like a box. And my son was in many of these classrooms this year. And all their students put it in there, that box gets shut, class goes on, they get their phones at the end, and it worked, at least reportedly, my son and from that high school, it worked really well. So I think there are options out there, but I think we have to lean upon our experts too, whether it's Yonder, is that what it was called? Whether it's Yonder or these boxes or whatever, that we have to lean on our experts on what can they do now and what can we do maybe in the future too. So I am an advocate for doing pilots in schools, whether that's a school that wants to take on this Yonder and get it all down and maybe roll it out to other schools. But in general, I mean, I agree that our students not having cell phones in classrooms would be a big benefit.
Mr. Palmetier.
Thank you. I actually think we're probably a lot closer on this than maybe the discussion would suggest. I think that our building administrators agree with so many of the concerns that are brought up. I think they're appropriate concerns about the use of social media, the ubiquitous use of cell phones, and I don't think anyone's arguing that these are things which are benefiting, are net benefit to students. I do believe that probably with maybe some additional tweaking, I heard at least some suggestions in and around the notion of controlled ban, suggesting maybe tools. A policy could actually say that schools should use one of the following tools. They could give some suggestions in that regards to prevent use in the classroom. I do want to make at least a comment with respect to the notion of a ban as it's typically perceived, at least as we talk about any form of contraband, which we don't allow into schools. And from a legal perspective, for some of the reasons that Principal Farley talked about here as well, and Principal Fine, it is when cell phones are so ubiquitous and then they're brought into a location where they're treated as contraband, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have a huge enforcement problem. If we checked everybody that came into this building tonight to make sure, tell the people that they couldn't bring cell phones into this building and treat it as contraband, you can understand that we would have a significant enforcement problem. And so what I've believed throughout all of this is the notion of however we manage these situations, I believe and I trust very much in our building leaders. I trust in their ability to be able to make sure that the desire of the board to make sure that cell phones are not used in the cell phone, and even under any circumstances. Is it fair to say that we shouldn't use it for instructional purposes? The board can make that policy determination. And administration can roll with that. I think that there was at least some interest to address that particular issue, Director Holcomb. There was some discussion amongst some of the principals where these are actually things that are used, for example, at Tech or even regional, where we're having students who maybe have a different type of school day or maybe even are using their cell phone for work-related experiences. So recognizing that it's not perfect, we won't necessarily, we don't want to have a policy that's so wooden that it wouldn't accommodate those types of things. But I think we're a lot closer. I don't know where we go with this. I'm happy to come back with another iteration. that comes closer. I think that I do want to point out, and I'm sorry if I was inartful on how I stated this at the beginning, by no means did I suggest that we had consensus or unanimity in terms of how some of these things would be implemented. I was speaking more broadly towards the strict prohibitions that were set forth in the policy and some of the other components that were in there. I understand that there's been some disagreement on the larger notion of how we address it in high schools. But I think with this group, I would suggest either one of two things. We can go back and we can talk about, we've heard some things here today, we can talk about maybe some additional, to your point, Director Arco, some interest in having mechanisms. I think it was something to that effect, to go towards what your survey indicated was a controlled ban. I think we're basically in that area of controlled ban, however we might define that. But is the notion, is the desire to have more specific, cost-effective ways that we can do it? These guys know. They've watched in classrooms where it's more effective. And so maybe we can come back with that, and we'll come back for another first read. I'm happy to do whatever you want to do with respect to that.
Superintendent McIntyre.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer a fourth example to our here. Thank you for the Coon Rapids High School example. I was just recently at Blaine High School with Senator Kroon walking through as the Senate is looking at a cell phone, passing a bill that's still alive in the Senate right now, and it's along the lines of the powered off and put away. Many classrooms in Blaine High School, and you probably have talked about it, have the classroom pocket storage system. So when you walk in, the kids put them in there. It's right by the door. You can still see it. I know where it is, but it's not on my person. It's not in my backpack. We watched it class after class that day. Kids walked in, put them in there. It was a non-issue. Kids grabbed them when they left. So during the class time, kids didn't have them, right? And that was an example of, the Senate version of this is that. It's what we already do K-8. So maybe it is to the point of, whether it's a box or that hanging, they're pretty inexpensive.
Or
Numbered system where you just put them in there and you grab them as you leave the classroom. So maybe where the board's got to figure out is it classroom time or is it all day long, right? And maybe there's a middle ground where we pilot or try some things and at least protecting the classroom instructional time and collect some feedback from there. And it's a lesser expensive thing. And a lot of our buildings are doing something near or like that, that we could probably tighten up and make more uniform. So that could be a step forward.
Thank you. Co-Chair Arco, and then Audette.
So going just on what you said, the problem is already 98% solved. If 98% of the students have no issues with this, then I don't foresee them putting up any kind of a stink over having to put their phone in a pouch. So it's only the 2%. And I keep going back to this. What this policy does is it just lets them fall through the cracks. We're not going to do anything about it. We're not going to make them use a yonder pouch. We're not going to make them put their phone in a little sleeve or anything. They just get away with it. And you have rightly pointed out, how do we enforce this? We don't. Parents enforce this. We put the onus of responsibility on parents. That is the thing that everyone in here is scared to do. It's like one of the most taboo conversations, but that is actually the solution. I don't think teachers should be, I don't think any teacher should forcibly take a phone from a kid. That's inappropriate. But we can contact the parent and say, hey, your kid is violating our policy. You need to take care of this, please. And that's where the conversation begins. And until there's something like that in the policy, I just go back to, I'm not going to support this.
Director Audette.
I led 18-year-old kids in the U.S. Army, and there were a number of things that were contraband, and you absolutely can enforce it. I watched it happen daily. And the way you do it is through real consequences. And the same thing we're struggling here, I'm going to link it to the whole behavior problem in general. And this is the root. We don't want to deal with student behavior when we can't manage which behaviors and which students are going to be held accountable. So this whole thing, it's the rot. We got this big deal where we think there's all kinds of behaviors that are I can't even think of the word now, but I've used it in here a million times, disparate. So we had a principal in here not that long ago said, I don't remember what the comment was exactly, but his point was, I'll get in trouble if I actually dealt with the behavior because I would have too many kids who would be getting either suspended or whatever. It kind of happened by accident that he said it, but it was pretty amazing. So here we are with the phones, and we're fighting over this issue because, again, we're afraid to enforce it, because we're afraid of what the statistics might really look like when we did it, instead of just dealing with it. And it's nonsense to say we can't enforce it. You're right that parents can. You just, when those phones come out, you suspend a kid if needed, and you let the parents deal with that problem. But we don't want to do that, because we say, well, if we do that, there's a lot of parents who won't deal with the problem, and then the kids will just be off someplace else, and, we try to take everything on because we believe that we can, and behavior and performance and everything else is just suffering. So here's what will happen next. The steamroller will come out. That's what's going to happen next. The steamroller is going to come out, and we're going to bring a bunch of data, statistics, facts, surveys, and everything else to fight till you get what you want. It's kind of, I've had enough of it, to be quite honest. So I can already feel it happening. That's what will happen next. Mark my words.
Director Langenfeld.
Thank you. I'm not sure what the steamroller is.
You witnessed it here tonight.
Okay. What I would like to do, if we could, is come back with some options in terms of what it would look like with cell phones not permitted in class. I think Director Hochman and Director Simon both spoke to that, and I would be very much in support of learning that. I know that I was in a physics class, and they were using the calculator on the phone. But they had computers too, and there's calculator options there. So I would be curious what classrooms would have to have them. But I think to the sentiment right here, we want our kids to learn, and that would certainly be a start. I think that there are teachers who have the relationship with their students, and the student clearly understands the expectations of the teacher, and it works well. I think that there are some who are not in the same space that may need a device because it works better for how they lead in their classrooms, something that would lock. And I think that there can be, I don't think there's one answer for everyone. In terms of schools, and I am also very much in support of trying some things to see how they work, and I know you're already trying some things, so I would be very interested. But the no phone in a classroom, once you start opening the door of you can give permission from the teacher, then you start having inequity in the classrooms, and some can have it and some can't. And then you have the child who you described, who has high anxiety if that phone isn't right in front of them or with them, or fear of missing out, whatever that is. And that anxiety is there, it's real. There's also data out of the University of Minnesota. I was trying to find it. It's Dr. Orkman, who has done a lot of research about the anxiety of taking a phone off a person, students as well. So that's where I'm at, is right now I'm very interested in working with the people who are leading in the schools to be able to have some clear expectations, and I have absolutely no problem in educating parents as well, to your point. I think parents are not always helpful for their kids, and 15 years ago, they weren't Mike either. I remember that as well. So, but there's that opportunity, I think, so I'll just stop at that.
Co-Chair Arco?
So for me to approve a new policy, I need to see two things. I need to see a mechanism of control. I've thrown out Yonder, so something like Yonder or equivalent to it. And then I need to see how we are shifting the onus of responsibility to parents to make their own kids follow the school's policies. Because I don't want teachers doing that. That's not their job. They're here to teach, not to make kids obey. So those are the two criteria I need to pass a policy.
Director Simon.
Thanks, Casey. One thing, I guess I'm going to look at Corey because you shouldn't be getting the information, I don't think, but My understanding is different than what I heard at the board table tonight, at least in middle school. I believe that violation of the cell phone policy does get to calling parents and talking to parents. So maybe bringing back that information so all board members understand what we're currently doing to engage parents would be good. Thanks.
All right, members, any further discussion on this policy? Otherwise, I think we should likely put it back on the next policy committee agenda so that those of us that sit on that can workshop some options and ideas based on this discussion for another conversation. Yeah?
I don't see much other choice right now.
Okay. Thank you so much for being with us this late evening, to our principals. All right, we'll go back to the top of the policy agenda again to 11A, or no, 11B, the federal, okay, they're all in a different order. What time is it? 10:15, okay. 11A, 721.0, purchasing procurement policy.
And if I may, I'm going to actually address both policies in sequence, and then we could take questions after that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So in addition to the cell phone policy, which we just talked about, we have two other policies for first reading tonight. We have policy 721, which is purchasing procurement policy, and policy 721.1, federal awards administration policy. 721.0, purchasing procurement policy, is a policy that's been in place since 2017. Was last revised in 2022. Federal regulations require that school districts who are recipients of federal funds have written procurement procedures that comply with state and federal laws. We actually, at least the backstory on this particular procurement policy was that our auditors pointed out that our current policy doesn't align with certain federal regulations. So prior federal regulations required schools and other federal fund recipients to take affirmative steps to ensure that minority businesses and women-owned businesses are utilized when possible in public contracting. In October of 2024, the regulation was changed, and the new regulation indicates that consideration needs to be given to small businesses and veteran-owned businesses, in addition to what I just stated. It also softens the standard that's in the, actually in the policy as it exists right now. So if we adopt the federal regulations, it softens the standard to say, instead of affirmative steps to use certain businesses, the new regulation indicates that schools, when possible, should ensure the use of these specific contractor groups. The new regulations also require schools and other federal fund recipients to purchase products that can be used, reused, recycled, and that are energy and water efficient. In short, really the changes that we're recommending to 721 simply reflect the precise language of regulations and align with what our auditors would also recommend. And then we also have policy 721.1, federal awards administration policy. This policy has been in effect since 2022. Again, this policy actually reflects what the federal law requires in terms of having written procedures for procurement. Really, this is a very minor change. Essentially, the regulations that were passed in 2024 eliminated the use of small purchases as a term and actually said simplified acquisitions. And so, and this is kind of an interesting area. I wish our contract person, well, she would do a much better job explaining it. We both have state and federal laws which impact our procurement procedures. In many respects, our procurement procedures are much more robust at a state level. Essentially, the term as used in the federal regulations don't really have much of an impact at all on our purchases and how we go ahead with respect to procurement in terms of using open bids or being able to go to the market and procure quotes. But essentially, this regulation was changed, so our policy is just being changed to reflect the terminology currently in federal law. So after our discussion at the April 14th meeting, we moved this forward for the minor changes for first read tonight. And so with that, I can take questions on any of these policies.
Members, any questions on the two policies we've just received an overview of? Okay, so these are here for a first read, and then I would expect they'll come back on consent in our next agenda. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Board, we're nearing our last agenda item, Board Correspondence and Communication. Members, this is your opportunity to share happenings in your community, report on committee assignments, or any other items of interest. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to share? Director Langenfeld.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to go over to River Trail Learning Center. They had an art and a variety show, and it was just really delightful to look at all the student artwork and how hard that, how much energy went into it. It was well attended by families, and I think it really, I had great conversations with teachers who spend many days there. And when they beam when their children are performing, just as the parents do. They're very proud of the kiddos. So that was really awesome. And then went over to and was part of the graduation ceremony for the Metro North Adult Basic Ed. And it was, and Director Simon, who has attended it, this was my first time. It was since coming back to Anoka-Hennepin. It's just very, very inspirational that these folks are going back to high school and finishing their GEDs. And they had an economist as a keynote who talked about their earnings and capacity with the high school diploma versus not. It was really powerful in that regard, but the students were very inspirational.
Members, anyone else have anything to share? Oh, Superintendent McIntyre,
Well, I
have
just wanted
something?
to take advantage of that opportunity. 3 graduations next week, Pathways, Bridges, and River Trail, as was mentioned, 4 on June 1st, and then Anoka High School on June 2nd. So just thank you, board members. It's one of the best things you get to do as a board member, is come to graduation, and we're looking forward to those big moments for all of our graduates.
And the last thing I'll just share, oh, do we have something?
The Bridges and Pathways was combined to be 2 rivers.
Did you hear
Next
that?
Thursday, right? Next Thursday?
And I sent email about it.
Yeah.
And it's on in your packet tonight.
Thank you. The only other thing I'll just share is that the board has decided for June 9th's work session to pilot holding the work session here in the boardroom to have audio and video capabilities. So that's a change from before, but Co-Chair Arco and I decided to start with piloting that in the June work session meeting. So a slight change of location, just wanted to make people aware of that. All right, members. The next item on our agenda is an executive session. This session will take place in the Michael Sullivan Room and will be closed pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.03, Subdivision 1, to deal with matters of labor negotiations for open groups. The closed session, we already said Michael Sullivan Room. I would entertain a motion to move to closed session for the reasons stated. Thank you, Director Simon. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Co-Chair Arco. Any discussion? Would all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed say nay? 6 in favor and 0 opposed. We will move to the closed session in the Michael Sullivan Room. I recommend a 5-minute break. Thank you.
And then his, BFF is talking about.